Ba 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 da doo dee dee da dee boo ba beep ba ba dee dee da bay swam wham 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 ba ba doo ba dee ba doo da bay scoop squeep ba beep ba beep boo ba dee beep ba ba dee boo ba beep beep ba dee boo scoop squeep. Sweet buddy, deep, deep, deep. Beep, beep. Ba bee, boop bop bee, bop boop bop bop doo, ba da 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 ba 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 dee da ba ba dee bleh 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 ba dee da boop ba dee bleh bleh ba dee da ba ba dee da bleh bleh bleh. Blah, blah.
Goat. Goat.
Fish.
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 Versus.
Versus.
This is the sound of goat versus fish.
Ah!
This is goat versus fish.
Ah!
This is goat versus fish. So we know it is small to you who are out there in the verses, but if you are looking to hear, that is how loud is the Mutations, and then you can see how loud is your verses. Speak to the goat and fish.
I speak and I'm so quiet. Can I make it louder? Louder up here?
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
One cannot be quiet about the verses of goat versus fish.
Celebration. You are speaking now. You are speaking just fine. Just fine to goat versus fish. It's just fine to goat versus fish. We can adjust the verses from here as well.
Beautiful.
But
celebration.
Yes, we must speak proudly to one another. The fish here in Goat versus Fish, they don't just go.
Nope, they don't.
Goat and fish. Let's see a versus. Let's see those goat and fish versus. Yes.
No!
That's Goat versus Fish.
Ah!
Welcome to Maddie Mutations versus Goat versus Fish.
It's me! I'm Maddie Mutations! The fingers that hold the goat and the fish toys. You see them?
Holding the goat and fish. holding for Goat versus Fish. Holding for Goat versus Fish. Welcome the Uber Kitten to Goat versus Fish. Welcome Inventive Harvest to Goat versus Fish. Welcome to the verses. Welcome to the verses.
Welcome.
Welcome to Goat versus Fish. We're listening to the musications of Pandemonium Big Band. So how many millions of verses? Is this going to be a long verses? Are we in for a long verses?
Are we in for a long verses?
Sun Unknown 96, are you goat or are you fish? That is the one true question of Goat versus Fish. And let's see. Oh, my verses! Oh, my verses. Celebration for the Uber Kitten. Oh, celebrations.
First. They were here first.
The Uber Kitten, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or fish? Inventive Harvest Celebration. Inventive Harvest Celebration. The Uber Kitten declares goat. Uber Kitten declares goat. Make it written that it's goat.
Goat!
Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat.
I need you to call the goat.
Celebration for goat. Sun Unknown, are you goat or fish? Inventive Harvest, are you goat or are you fish? Goat versus fish, pondering the verses now, pondering the verses.
Declare yourself.
Declare yourself goat or fish.
Goat, fish. These are the options.
We are pleasant this verses to be joined by the magnificent mutations of Maddie Mutations.
It's me. I'm in the background.
It's a collaboration. Welcome to Collaboration with Goat versus Fish.
Celebration collaboration GVF today. Oh,
Sun
we got a
Unknown goes fish.
I want a fish.
Celebration for fish.
Fish.
Celebration for fish.
Fish.
Fish. Confirmation.
Woo! Woo!
Goat versus Fish is live on Twitch and YouTube with the magnificent Maddie Mutation.
Woo, woo,
Say
woo, woo.
hello and celebration to Maddie Mutations.
I celebrate myself, Maddie Mutations.
Oh, my verses. Oh, it's Goat versus Fish. Oh, it's Goat versus Fish. Live in the universe. Join Goat versus Fish.
Woo! Inventive Harvest, what is your proclamation? Goat or fish? Oh, I think I see goat. Oh, no, that's someone else. Oh, wait. I do see goat. Goat versus fish! Goat!
Goat versus Fish, yes. Goat versus Fish. You called it Goat versus
Celebration
Fish.
for goat.
Fish. Fish checking in. Adam S on YouTube says fish.
Woo!
And El Cuerno de Chivo says fish. We thought Chivo was goat. But we have 2 declarations of YouTube fish.
Fish!
2 YouTube fish declarations.
Fish!
Celebration for fish.
Fish, 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 fish!
Fish. Contribution Blackstone 514 with 100 bits for Goat vs. Fish. Celebration.
Celebration!
We want you to illustration an epic celebration for Blackstone 514 for their 100 bits of offerings to Goat vs. Fish. Maddie Mutations, let's see that versus.
Let's see that
Blackstone
versus.
514 says, Goat, greetings to everyone. Hope all is well. Oh, all is a mighty versus. All is a mighty
well.
celebration. It's all a very mighty celebration of Goat vs. Fish, and the versus is just beginning. The versus is just beginning on Goat vs. Fish. The versus is just beginning on Goat vs. Fish.
Goat, 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 goat.
Goat.
Sometimes they yell, sometimes they bleat. Whatever they do it discreet.
Discreet goat. Silent hidden goat.
Hidden silent goat. Goats are very loud. I misspoke about the goat.
You misspoke of goat? Well, let's see you draw a goat. Let's see you illustration a proper goat for
Illustration
Blackstone
a proper
514.
goat.
Illustration goat for Blackstone for goat.
Illustration goat.
For 100 for goat. We want 100 illustration for goat. Illustrations goat drawing goat. Illustrations goat drawing goat. Wow, look at the goat. Look at the goat. Cryptid 51 declares goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for Cryptid 51 the goat.
Celebration!
Celebration for Cryptid 51 goat. Cryptid 51 goat.
First goat, bad goat. They get
Bad
silly.
goat?
This looks like a bad goat. This looks like a crazy goat.
I like the goat.
You like the goat?
It's a goat.
It's a goat.
It's a fine goat. Goat vs. Fish has never seen this goat before on Goat vs. Fish. We've seen a lot of goat, but never this particular goat.
Never this particular goat. A new goat is always a festive goat.
What have you done? You have made a creation of goat and then you immediately decry it.
It's so rude of me.
Imagine the
It's
feeling
'cause
of
I'm a
goat.
fish.
You brought goat into the universe and then you decry goat.
You see, I'm a fish, so I must versus my own goat creation.
Wow, the fish is feeling very insecure about its own goat. We can't quite see the top of the horn of the goat.
The top of the horn.
You know for next verses.
Now I know for next verses. There we go. Maybe it's got a little tongue sticking out.
Tongue goat. Look at that goat. Look at that fine goat. Sun Unknown says a moose to you. They say that it's, well, is a moose a type of goat or is it a fish? Sun Unknown. Is a moose a goat or is it a fish?
A ponder. I think it's closer to a moose, but it could be a fish if it wanted to.
There is no moose. There's only goat and fish. That is why we want to know if moose is a goat or a fish.
It cannot stay a moose. It must choose.
But that's a goat. That's a goat.
I mean, there's moosey qualities to it for sure.
Is it you? We said illustration a goat. Did you illustration a goat or did you give us a false versus?
I did not. I could never. Come on your stream and give you a false versus? How rude of me.
You're not being rude to goat versus fish. Welcome to another collaboration of Goat vs. Fish.
Yay! Vroom vroom, cars on the way. Vroom vroom, collaboration. Vroom vroom. I drove over here, and then I parked right in front of the Goat vs. Fish residence, right on top of Goat and versus Fish.
Do you know which of those Automotives are goat and witches fish.
Oh, we got a Billy Goat car. And I'm assuming Fast Fish.
Fast fish!
Fast Fish.
Fast fish!
Fast Fish car. Billy Goat car. This is the things that you find in the Goat vs. Fish residence. Let's get some color on this goat.
Colorful goat, colorful goat.
Colorful goat. La 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 la.
Goat
Goat.
versus fish.
Goat
Goat versus
versus
fish.
fish.
Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Welcome to Goat versus Fish.
Welcome.
We've got goat in the verses. We've got fish.
Blah, blah,
Maddie
blah,
Mutations, look, you're on the verses. You're on the verses.
I'm on the verses.
Celebration, you're on Goat versus Fish. You're on Goat versus Fish.
Look at me, I'm back here, folks. It's me, a fish. I continue to draw.
Continuation.
Continuation.
Continuation with musications and illustrations and celebrations and strong verses.
Strong verses.
Strong verses. Hi, fish. The kitten says, hi, fish.
Hi.
Says, hi, fish. Hi, fish. Welcome to a living stream of Goat versus Fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish in collaboration.
Collaboration.
What a mighty sensation.
What a mighty sensation.
Goat versus fish, the mighty goat fish.
Yes.
In collaboration with Maddie Mutation. This is verses for celebration.
Celebration.
Goat versus fish brings the verses to you.
To the verses to you.
We promise the verses we tell you are true.
Tell you they're true.
What's goat versus fish? You haven't a clue.
What is it? I don't know.
But it's some kind of mutation. Celebration for collaboration with Goat versus Fish and Maddie Mutation.
Woo! Woo! Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's a mighty verses.
Some mighty verses.
Celebration toxic to faded, says Fish. Toxic to faded,
Woo!
says Fish. If you want a special illustration, celebration for Fish.
Woo!
If you want a Maddie Mutation special illustration just for you,
Woo!
consider subscribing or making a contribution, a donation to Goat vs. Fish, and we may make you a versus. We may make you a versus. As a matter of verses, Goat vs. Fish.
Yes.
Goat vs. Fish could say this for... Goat vs. Fish, let's just ponder this. Well, we can always increase the verses, next verses. For 20 verse American dollars, for 20 verse American dollars, for 20 verse American dollars, just for the first verses, for 20, ooh. Or we could, Goat vs. Fish. What do you say to this for? Goat versus Fish. Exclamation tip. We'll make the first verses an easy verses. For 10 verse American dollars. For 10 verse American dollars. What do you say to this, Maddie Mutation? For
Maddie Mutations.
For 10 verse American dollars. Oh, this is worth more than 10 verse American dollars. For 20 verse American dollars, Maddie Mutation will make an illustration for you of a goat or of a fish or whatever it is that you be. and then we will send it to you.
Yes.
For 20 versus American dollar, Maddie Mutation will make a custom versus just for you.
Woo!
And we will mail it to you wherever you live in the universe.
Give me a description. You want a plain goat? Like this? This is a plain goat? Tell me plain goat. But if you want a goat that's a little mad, a little sad, a little drab, give me a little inspiration and I'll make it for you.
Anywhere in the universe, Reverend Hugh Hefner. The goat versus fish. Fish versus goat.
Fish versus goat.
Are you goat or fish?
Are you goat or fish?
Goat versus fish. Well, the goat versus the fish. Goat versus fish. Fish versus the goat. Are you goat or fish?
Are you goat or you fish?
The goat versus fish.
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 And the goat and the fish.
And the goat and the fish.
And the goat.
Yes, the fish and the goat.
Goat versus fish. Fish versus goat.
And the fish versus the goat.
Brando Creative says, oh, nice guitar, goat versus fish. Oh yes, gaze upon it. Gaze upon the guitar of goat versus fish.
Take a look.
Critical verses. So we are just doing a versus of illustration and musication and collaboration. Blackstone 514 with 100 bits for goat versus fish, 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 with 100 bits for goat versus fish. Celebration for Blackstone 514 with another 100 bits for goat versus fish.
Celebration.
Goat versus fish. Versus the goat, versus the goat, versus the goat, 'cause you are a fish. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Versus the fish. Versus the fish. Versus the fish. 'Cause you are a goat. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh oh. Oh yeah. Are you fish or goat? Are you goat or are you a fish? Are you goat or are you a fish? Which do you choose? Which do you choose? On a fence like that, going up your crack. Which do you choose? Which do you choose?
Which do you choose?
Which do you choose?
Which do you choose?
On a fence like that, going up your crack. Which do you choose? Oh, choose. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Goat or 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 fish? Blackstone 514 subscribes to Goat versus Fish celebration. And Octonode goes fish. Octofish. Octofish. Octofish.
Feel for goats. Goats been tired, done a lot of work.
Goat and Fish, the versus has come to count the Goat and Fish. While Maddie Mutations continues to make this amazing creation. It's time for Goat versus Fish. It's time for Goat versus Fish.
It's time!
To count the Goat and Fish, to count the Goat and Fish!
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
How many Goat and Fish did you count? You just were counting all kinds
1,
of
2, 3, 4, 5,
verses.
6, 7. So far we have, of the goat and fish I've written, although I don't know if I want to set a precedence for doing this. This is a lot of work. Write out every name.
So it's a lot of work to count all the Goat and Fish. It's a lot of work to be Goat versus Fish. Oh, I have to make an illustration. I have to write all the Goat and Fish. I wouldn't want to set a precedent of having to count all the Goat and Fish. This is Goat versus Fish. This is Goat versus Fish. You want collaboration with Goat versus Fish? It's going to be very serious versus.
This is serious work.
Serious versus Tyrus with 25 bits.
Okay.
Celebration.
Well, I've definitely missed some people. This is not only the people that have said whether they're good or physical science. I'm missing
Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish has never missed a single Goat and Fish in all of the verses of Goat versus Fish. Tyrus with 200 bits. Tyrus with 200 bits. Celebration. Celebration for Tyrus with 200 bits. Let's double the verses. For 200 bits. For 200 bits. Let's double the verses. Let's double the verses. Double the verses for Tyrus. Double the verses.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I got a fish in the air. I got a fish in the air.
Fish. Look at the fish. Goat comes to versus fish. Goat versus the fish.
Versus fish.
Goat versus fish. Tyrus with 200 bits. Tyrus with 200 bits. Goat and fish. Goat and Fish, this is Maddie Mutations.
I'm
Make
Maddie
some celebrations.
Mutations.
Blackstone 514 with 2 gifted verses, to Goat versus Fish. With 2 gifted verses for double the verses. We're doubling the verses. We're doubling the verses. Every verse is here on Goat versus Fish. Celebration Blackstone 514. That's the kind of verses we want on Goat versus Fish. That's the kind of verses we want on Goat versus Fish because it's thanks to contributions from Goat and Fish like you. Joezilla with 300 bits. Joezilla with 300 bits. Blackstone 514 with 500 bits. That's the verses. Hype training. Hype training with Goat versus Fish. This is an old verses. This is an old verses. This is an old verses. Now we're in a new verses of Goat versus Fish. Blackstone with 500 bits. Blackstone with 500 bits. Blackstone with 500 bits. It's time to start counting the Goat and Fish.
Oh, it's time to start counting the Goat
Are you
versus
Goat
Fish.
or are you Fish? We want you sending your bits, your subscriptions, and your declarations of Goat and Fish right here in the verses of Goat versus Fish. Right here in the verses. Right here in the verses of Goat versus Fish. And we're going to be counting the Goat and Fish, and we're going to be looking at that goat. So we've got Blackstone 514, who is typically goat. Joezilla says 304 fish. So we're going to add an illustration for fish. We're going to say 300 for the fish. And Blackstone 514 with another 100 for goat, with another 100 for goat. That's 100 from Blackstone for goat. That's 500. That's 600 from Blackstone for goat. 600 bits. And yet, Joezilla appreciation for the 300, but Blackstone with 2 gifted verses. That's 600 per gifted verses. So that's 1,800 verses for goat. 1,800 verses for goat. But Tyrus with 200 bits and Tyrus with 25 bits. We know Tyrus always versing for fish. So that's another 225 verses for the fish. We are at 525 for fish. 525 for fish, and
Fish.
1,800 for the goat. But let's go back in the verses. Let's go back in the verses.
Go back.
Blackstone with another 100, with another 100 bits for goat to start the verses. With another 100 bits for goat. It's 1,900 for goat. Celebration, celebration, celebration. And that was two gifted verses. 2 gifted verses from Blackstone, Tyrus with the 200, but Blackstone resubscribes to Goat vs. Fish for another 600 for Goat. For another 600 for Goat. That's 2,400 for Goat.
Woo!
That's 2,400 for Goat. Celebration!
Celebration!
Are you Goat or are you Fish? A girl and her kitty 90 says a versus mutation. It is a mutation. Blackstone 514 with 200 more for Goat. Tyrus with the 200, but Blackstone counter verses. With another 200 for Goat, with another 200. With another 200 for Goat, that's 2,600 verses for Goat. 2,600 verses for Goat.
2,600.
A girl and her kitty, are you Goat or are you Fish? Girl and her kitty is a big goat. Make some noise for
Big
goat.
goat.
Big goat. Big goat. Big goat. Big goat. Celebration,
goat.
big goat. And we're going to make a big goat.
We love big goat energy.
It's bigger than the other goat. It's a big goat.
It's a big
huge
goat.
It's a mighty goat.
It's a mighty goat.
It's a mighty goat.
It's like this goat, but
versus
bigger.
Fish. And John Array is Fish. We will add John Array to the verses. And what do you have? Give us that illustration. What do you have there
What
for
do we
Goat
have
versus
here?
Fish?
We've got 3 goats, 1 fish.
We've got Blackstone, Uber Kitten. Uber Kitten is
Goat.
Uber Kitten is Uber Kitten is Goat. Celebration for Goat.
Goat.
Inventive Harvest Goat.
Goat.
Inventive Harvest Goat. Sun Unknown Fish. We got the fish. We got the fish. So we've counted the goat and fish. We've counted the goat and fish. New verses. New verses.
Must count.
Celebration. We doubled the verses. Tyrus, yes, Blackstone doubled the verses. We doubled the verses. Doubled the verses. Well, if we're going to double the verses, if we're going to double the verses, then we have to go into 4 times verses.
Whoa!
4
What does that
times
even
verses.
mean?
But what happened to goat? What happened to
the sweet
illustration goat?
Illustration goat needs to return.
Yes, the return.
The return of the illustration goat.
Copy that verses. Copy that verses.
Copy that verses.
Quad verses.
Quad verses.
There's the goat.
I'm giving him blue lines. Blue lines deserve applause. Blue lines.
So there's now. So now we have goat versus fish. Now look at that versus.
Goat versus fish. 4.
4 verses of goat versus fish. 4 times the verses and a goat and a goat. Goat are big.
Woo!
We've doubled the verses. We've doubled the doubling of the verses. Hype training level 2. 30 seconds remaining. 30 seconds remaining.
Ah!
But remember, goat and fish, you don't even need to hype training. You can make a donation. You can make a donation here. Make a donation to Goat versus Fish. And if you donation 20 versus American dollars, then Maddie Mutation will make a special illustration just for you and we will mail it to you
Woo!
for 20 versus American dollars. Celebration! Commodore Friday! Welcome back to Goat versus Fish!
Woo!
Commodore Friday, welcome back to Goat versus Fish. And Commodore Friday, are you goat or are you fish? Celebration, celebration, celebration. Commodore Friday subscribes to Goat versus Fish forever.
Bah. Blah, blah,
And
blah,
old
blah, blah.
dog 696 says, just smash them together and say Capricorn. Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish is not simply going to do as you command to Goat versus Fish. Oh my verses, it's the unification of Goat and Fish.
That's the only way they're smashed
unity
together.
Of Goldfish. Smash, says Fish Celebration. We've got a smash fish. We've got a smash fish.
Woo!
We've got the Smash Fish and Commodore Friday. Are you goat or are you fish? And Old Dog 696969. Are you a goat or are you a fish?
Please tell us.
Celebration to Mega Maniac who subscribes to Goat versus Fish. A Prime subscription. And Commodore Friday goes fish. Commodore Friday goes fish. That's 1100. 1125 for fish. 1125 for fish. This is the current verses. This is the current verses of Goat versus Fish. You see, listen, you are making illustration and
Illustration.
so is Goat versus Fish.
Yes. Whoa.
Ooh, look
those
at the goat and the fish.
They
Wow.
swim, and then, oh no, the goats come. They come into the water, and the fish come out of the water. Oh, together they versus.
Celebration. Old dog 696 is Capricorn, so I can't decide, but lately I look like a goat. Well, listen, we are not concerned with how others perceive you. We are concerned with how you perceive yourself. Are you goat or are you fish?
Do you
Are you
believe-
goat or are you fish? Josilla fish. Mega Maniac goes fish, fish, fish. And a Prime subscription that will count for 300 verse points for fish. 300 verse points for fish. A fine versus. Appreciation your subscription to GoatVsFish. Appreciation your subscription to GoatVsFish. And Commodore Friday with a subscription to GoatVsFish. Now, Goat and Fish, we want you to take a versus. This is Maddie Mutation and GoatVsFish. Exclamation MM in the chat. Exclamation MM in the chat. And you can see the link to the Maddie Mutations Instantgram. Go follow
Wow.
Maddie Mutation on the Instantgram.
I have an Instantgram.
On the Instantgram.
That's where I live digitally. You can see me live my life, do my art, my music, my drawings. You can see a picture of this later, completed in the future.
The future of the verses? The future of Goat versus
The
Fish?
future versus fish.
Maddie Mutations, you can perceive the future
I
of
can
Goat versus
perceive the
Fish.
future.
Oh, my verses. What do you prediction? Who is going to triumph, the goat or the fish?
Ooh, that's a hard one. Some days it is the fish, and some days it is the goat, and a mere slight change in one person's attitude can shift the balance.
Oh, my verses. It all depends on you. One of you in the chat is going to determine whether this is a triumph for goat or if it is for fish. But in order to determine this, you would just have to stay there in the chat forever and just continue watching Goat versus Fish for all verses. And if you really want to make sure that you are the one who sways goat or fish to triumph in the verses, you need only make a contribution to Goat versus Fish. You need only make a contribution to Goat versus Fish.
Contribute.
Goat versus Fish can promise you Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish can promise you Goat versus Fish. Chèvre ou poisson, je suis pour la chèvre. Goat or fish, I am goat. Celebration for Blackstone 514. The French goat. Oui.
Wee.
Celebration.
Goats go wee.
So tell
That's
us.
a pee joke.
We have heard this before. We have heard this. Many goats accuse fish of swimming in their own
In
pee.
their own pee?
But goats are always known to pee upon themselves as well.
They're both very peeful creatures.
Is this a stinky type goat, or is this just the power emanating off the goat? Tell us about this goat.
I think the power of the goat is their stink.
You think stink? So this is stinky goat?
Stinky and powerful.
Stinky, powerful goat.
The fish doesn't want to be anywhere near the goat with all that stink. But granted, fish are also pretty stinky. Ever smelled one in the sea?
Now, tell us about how it is you are making creation of this goat. What sort of verse is goat versus fish? What happened to the musication? Do you hear the musications?
I hear the musications.
You
Sometimes
hear the musications?
I do.
Oh, goat versus fish.
Sometimes the knob gets twirled to silent with my body movement.
Oh, we think maybe we just ran out of power of goat
Oh
versus fish.
no!
We might have to
Everyone needs power, especially the
Oh, my
streamers.
verses.
Oh no, there's no power. Well, while Goat versus Fish figures out power, I think his question was, how am I drawing this? What is this thing I'm doing? It's paper, that's first, and then this is an ink brush. Ooh la la. Give me a little clap in the comments for ink brush. Oh my god. I can squeeze ink out of this thing, and it darn near comes out. Whoa. It's just in a little tube. And you know what? Comes out in a brush. Isn't that just fantastic? And another brush is my watercolor brush. Woo! A tiny little portable brush. Yes, art education is part of the celebrations of Goat versus Fish. We've got my beautiful watercolor set. Ooh la la, take a look at that. These little flaps, they open and close. And this is a water basin. That's where fish live. Yes, fish live in the water. Everyone knows. We open it up and we see all the colors to vibrantly depict the goat of your choosing or the fish of your choosing. Oh, don't get too distracted by the water, though. That's where the fish live. And if you're a goat, you don't like that. Would Bob Ross have been goat or fish? That's a good question. Would Bob Ross have been goat or fish? Well, okay. He likes happy little trees. He likes the lake. That's kind of fishy. That's kind of goaty. But if I were to, since Goat vs. Fish is away, if I were
Goat
to
versus Fish is here. Goat versus Fish can hear every versus you say to Goat versus Fish.
Oh no, I better not speak my separate doctrine, my opinions about what is a goat and what is a
Oh,
fish.
do not despair. You can speak freely to Goat versus
Oh,
Fish. You can
God.
speak freely to Goat versus Fish.
Well, I think goats are mean and fishes are nice. Yeah, hot take over here. But that's what I think, and I think Bob Ross is nice, so he would like a fish. He would like to be a fish. But goats are strong. Fish are weak. Yeah, I said it. I'm a fish myself. And I think I'm weak. I'm a weak-willed person.
Weak fish.
Oh wait, we got some agreement. Okay, Jozilla says I wholeheartedly agree. Oh, and Cryptid51 says no unification then. Well, I think the goal is unification, but we're stuck, you know? We're stuck being a little bit of a mean little baby and a nice little baby. And look at these horns. And look at this energy. Like, this goat's not chill. Like, this goat's not having a chill time. And this is what all goats are kind of like, even if they're trying to not be. So I say as a fish that I'm inspired by goats. I want to be, you know, I don't want to be a little guppy. I want to be a shark over here. But it's not always going to happen. I'm not going to be a goat, you know? Well, I could if I chose, but it's hard to do it. I'm a fish by nature. Okay, let me see. Old Dog 69.6 says I'm leaning towards goat because they live in mountains. Yep, they do. But why don't you like the sea? Are the mountains better for some reason? I got a question. See, this is why me and Goat vs. Fish are friends, because I'm a questioner. I'm questioning a lot of things. I ask a lot of questions, and he's got answers, but not the full answer. It's an answer that leads me to another question. And you see, that's probably why you're here too. You got those questions, you got those wonderings. You're like, what's this goat doing? Am I this goat? Am I a fish instead? We're nearing the end of this illustration, I'd say. This looks like it's coming to a close. Maybe we could color his lip or his little tongue. We can color his hooves. We could maybe give him some more dimension, you know? Add some shading in there. But I think it's time at some point for a fish illustration because we've been a little imbalanced here. I know it's only the beginning, but there's been a lot of goat visuals and not a lot of fish visuals. And as a fish, I'm offended by my own choices. I think his goofs are bloobs. I think his hooves are blue. That's my little decision. I think his hooves are blue. Yeah, I think his hooves are blue over here. And maybe the little tip of his tails too. Just blue. See that little tip of his tail? Fish has never been president, says the Uber kitten. You know, you are right. I can't say that's wrong. But you know, counter argument. Neither is a goat. But you might think that goats are mean, so goats have been presidents. Political take, sorry. But is that what you think? Goats have been president? Is that what you think? Maybe, okay, what does Old Dog say? Maybe that's why I never fit in any place because I'm both. Ooh, interesting. Well, I'm sorry you haven't fit in any place, but unification is both, and that's a good thing. Oh, we got some drinkies in the house. Maddie Mutations brought a little drinky.
An offering for Goat versus Fish?
I brought an offering.
We were just looking in the verses and we saw, wow, soon Goat versus Fish. Soon it's Goat versus Fish.
Soon, more
celebration,
like right now.
celebration. And we brought you a nice cup of Goat versus Fish, a nice cup of Goat versus Fish.
Yes.
So how about we get in on this celebration?
Let's get tipsy.
So Old Dog 696, you are saying you are on the fence. Fence creature.
Fence creature. Oh yeah, that is being on the fence. To say you're both?
Fence sitter.
Ooh. The music is paused.
Fence sitter.
We don't like the fence sitters.
Fence sitter.
We cannot continue musication when a fence sitter is around.
Fence sitter. Goat versus Fish. Fence sitter on Goat versus. Well, we were going to have a whole verses of celebration with inebriation, but then this fence sitter had to come in here and fence up the whole verses.
We must convince them either way of goat or
versus
fish.
Fish. Oh, the fence creature. Oh, the fence sitter. Well, Capricorn is both, and other lazy fence excuses not to choose goat or fish.
Is this a fence sitter?
Oh, stonks?
What is stonks? I don't actually know. Who is this man?
Oh, hello. I'm Stonks. I'm Goat vs. Fish's financial advisor, and as you can see, stonks are going up on Goat vs. Fish. Up and up and up and up. They're going to the moon, and then we'll go to the moon, and then we'll put Goat vs. Fish on the moon, and then everyone on Earth will look at the moon, and they'll see Goat vs. Fish, and the stonks will just keep going up and up and up and up, and eventually I'm gonna make my commission. I'm gonna make back my commission. Look, I lost it all betting on fish. I lost it all betting on fish. I could have swore the fish markets were going to the moon, but then fish, I believed in you. I believed in you, fish, and you let me down. You let me down. I lost my entire fortune. I lost it all on fish, but I have a shrewd mind for financial analysis, and I am convinced that an investment in Goat vs. Fish now, it's never been a better versus to invest in Goat vs. Fish, and that's why I am doubling down on fish. I'm going to invest even more in fish. And what's this goat behind me? What's this goat? Fine art has never really been a wise investment. It's a very niche market. It's a very niche market. $20 for this goat? I don't know. I think it's just going to depreciate in value over time as it degrades. And restoration. Restoration is horrible. Was there a fence sitter out there in the audience? Look, you just have to wait for the right versus to strike. Sometimes it's better to buy goat. Sometimes it's better to buy fish. So you just wait. You just wait and see. We have a new follower of Goat vs. Fish. We have a new follower of Goat vs. Fish. Woo! We've got Flunk Waffle followed Goat vs. Fish. Celebration.
Flunk Waffle. Celebration for goat.
Celebration. Flunk Waffle is goat.
Flunk Waffle, that's you.
That's
I'm
goat.
here.
It's time for goat.
Go.
Woo, hello, and welcome to Goat vs. Fish. We are here with Maddie Mutations on a special collaboration with Goat vs. Fish. Stay in for the verses. We're going to be living streaming for a long verses. We're about to enjoy a celebration of inebriation, but then we have this fence sitter, this pitiable fence creature who, this old dog who just wants to. The fence sitter sits on the fence. But fence that fence sitter, it's Joezilla 25 with 500 bits for fish.
Fish. Yeah.
So now with Goat vs. Fish, when we get 500 spits like this, we go like this versus ones, twos, threes, fours, fives. Once more, Goat vs. Fish. Ones, twos, threes, fours, fives. 500 bits for Joezilla for the fish. Scott from Canada. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? But now it's time for inebriation on Goat vs. Fish.
Inebriation!
Celebration. Scott from Canada goes goat. And Joezilla with 500 bits for fish. Fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Ooh, look. Ooh. Something's on my mind. Something's on your mind. Something's on your mind.
It's a cup. And what goes in the cup? Inebriations.
Inebriations go in the verses. Goat versus fish. Don't even wanna know what's on my mind, Let's listen to some verses of Honeycomb. Don't even wanna know what's on my mind.
You know what's on my mind? You know what's on my mind? On my mind.
Goat.
Versus fish.
What's on my mind, Don't even wanna know what's on my mind,
Fish on it all the time. Don't even wanna know what's on my mind, I got GoatVsFish on it all the
Celebration.
time. Yeah.
Flunk Waffle.
Know I'm a goat.
See, Flunk Waffle says fish just swim in their own pee. So we've got Flunk Waffle Goat. Flunk Waffle Goat. We've got Joezilla with 500 bits for fish. So that's 1,925 for fish. Fish catching up to goat. Fish catching up to goat. Woo. Old dog. Fence sitter. Fence sitter on the fence. Rent Stallion, are you goat or are you fish? And Old Dog speaks no verses, sees no verses, and hears no verses. Scott from Canada, goat. Scott from Canada, goat. Celebration for goat. HelioX, are you goat or are you fish? Joezilla, appreciation for 500 bits. Old Dog says, I raised goats. Got Grand Champion goat. But a good day of fishing beats a bad day of work, so now I'm more confused. Had some goat tequila from Mexico. Te cabra contra pez, un otra vez, un otra vez. Woo! Celebración! Celebración! Ooh, drinking like a fish, drinking like a fish. French Stallion goat. Goat. Celebration. There's nothing I hate worse than a dirty, filthy fence sitter, says Healy XXO. But are you fish or are you goat? Healy XXO. Goat and fish. And then, celebration. Hello, welcomes to YouTubers. Dale the Parrot says I am fish. We're going to get Dale the Parrot fish in on this verses.
Glug, 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 glug.
Dale the Parrot fish in on the verses, celebration for fish. Adam S the fish in on the verses, celebration for fish. And D says fish is greater than goat. That's another verses for fish. YouTube is going huge on fish. And El Cuerno de Chivo says fish, even though they have goat in the name. So we've got big fish. Healy XXO can't decide either. Another fence sitter.
Bum is on the rail. Look at me. My bum is on the rail.
Don't even wanna know what's on my mind, I got GoatVsFish on it all the time. Wake up, it's GoatVsFish, go to sleep. It's GoatVsFish, go to bed. I already said that, but guess
So we're
what?
listening to the Mutations of Honeycomb, but if you like these illustrations, Goat and Fish, MM in the chat, exclamation MM. Maddie Mutations. Maddie Mutations. Maddie Mutations, the link is in the chat. Go and follow Maddie Mutations on the Instagram.
Oh.
And suddenly, the illustration of GoatVsFish. GoatVsFish comes from within you.
Within me.
The illustration becomes GoatVsFish. It
becomes
manifestation. It manifestation out of the illustration.
Ah! On my mind.
I got GoatVsFish on it all the time.
Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat. We'll pour some to the unification of goat and fish.
Unification!
It's GoatVsFish all the time.
We wish for the unification, but it is difficult in these times to see the same side.
Never an easy versus.
Never an easy versus. Ooh, the bottle's see-through. Ooh la la, because it's kind of green. Ooh, yeah. Is it there?
But also some for goat versus fish, of
Yes.
course.
Put 'em in my pocket. Put 'em in my pocket. I'ma put 'em in my pocket. Don't believe it. It's GoatVsFish, you see it. It's GoatVsFish, you eat it. It's GoatVsFish, you be it. It's GoatVsFish.
D in YouTube says, some speak of lines, some speak of fences, but these things are nothing to goat and fish. There is no line, there is no fence, there is only goat, and there's only fish. You must choose celebration for D on the social media.
D on the social media.
It's time for a celebration, it's time for a celebration.
Celebration!
Mutation, please join goat versus
I
fish
come
for
up,
this versus.
I stand for the first time.
Stand for the
That's
verses. Maddie Mutation! Rising in goat versus fish! Behold,
Has a necklace.
Fish! Look at the fish! Look at the fish.
I'm a fish in the blood club.
It's a celebration!
Celebration!
So you can turn it towards the
Good cups.
goat versus fish and
Wow,
to the
can you
unification together.
purchase these cups online?
Celebration!
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 Celebration! Wow! Wow!
It's a sweet offering. It's a very sweet offering.
Yes.
Goat versus fish could consume this quite quickly.
I know it's a tricky one because you don't think it's that, and it just tastes like juice, but it is very alcoholic.
Soon it's goat versus fish. Soon it's goat versus fish.
Soon. Now. Will it ever be now that it's goat versus fish?
Now it is goat versus fish.
Soon now.
And soon it is also goat versus fish. And Lieutenant Garfield, goat. Celebration for Lieutenant Garfield the goat.
Goat.
Oh, and look at this verses. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fish. 10 fish. So we can erase the fish. We can erase the fish because now that we have 10 fish,
You might come in and you're like, damn.
it's time to choose a fish. Maddie Mutation. Oh, look at the fish! Look at the fish! Look at the fish! Fish! Big fish. Tuna fish. Tuna. Go versus fish.
Sorry. Chaos
Go
causing
versus
chaos.
fish. We are enjoying this. So we'll put the tuna fish in the verses for fish. Tuna fish in the verses for fish. So tuna fish is now in the verses, counting for 10 fish. TMLZ rule says I say fish for this verses. Celebration for fish. Celebration fish.
Fish!
Fish.
Spend all your verses on
Fish. Oh, tight fish. Oh, glowing.
Fish is caught in the net. Oh no, fish is caught in the net. What do we do? How do we save the fish?
Goat takes the opportunity to versus the fish.
No! I'm caught. Please spare me in my time of need. A vulnerable time indeed. Will you save me, chat? Please.
Old dog. 696 says warms your tummy, don't you know? Well, how about this?
It's going to go. The goat farts in the forest and no one hears it. Is it really a goat?
Josella fish. Lieutenant Garfield goat. Celebration. Collaboration. Maddie Mutation. Inebriation. Fish. Goat versus fish. I am what I am, and that's all that I am. Old dog 696. You're just imitation goat versus fish now.
Whoa. A poet, and does he know it? Goat versus fish. Mighty versus goat versus fish.
Goat versus fish.
That's a good song.
Oh.
Yeah, I like that song.
Speaking of musications, Goat vs. Fish has an original single
Woo!
coming out soon, but we were listening to Honeycomb Eatbox, so let's give a shout out to Honeycomb
Woo!
for that verses. But Goat vs. Fish has a new musication single. MX Moogle says Goat, celebration for
Celebration!
celebration for Goat. And that makes 10 Goat, that makes 10 Goat. That makes 10 Goat, so we erase the Goat, and now we bring a new Goat into the verses.
Whoa, new goat.
Magnetron Goat. Boar Goat. Goat and fish.
Goat and fish, goat and fish.
Celebration for Goat.
Hooray,
Our
goat.
girl in her kitty says, I'm a Sigma Goat. Old Dog says, Maddie will understand a mutation like goatfish. Oh, now you would just speak for Maddie Mutation? Do you understand? Why do you speak to Goat versus Fish when you could speak to Maddie Mutations? They're right there in the verses.
I'm right here. Just talk to me.
Skibbity goat.
Skibbity
Goat versus Skibbity Fish.
Skibbity's
Who is
been
more
taking over
Skibbity, a
everything.
goat or a fish?
Can you tell me what skibbity really means?
We think it's just another way of saying goat versus fish.
Definitely. I know it's about a head in a toilet. That's all I know. But a toilet, that's close to a fish, if you ask me, because that's where fish can live when they die.
Some say goat versus fish is a sham.
It's a sham.
Some say goat versus fish is a scam. Some say goat versus fish is just spam.
Spam.
But I am what I am. It's not dolphin versus lamb. No, 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 no. It's goat versus fish for as long as you wish. And it's live on the stage and it's all of the rage. And it was just seen on season 19 of AGT. And here in the station is a Maddie Mutation in collaboration and an deviation with private versus of a goat versus fish.
Yeah. Yeah, you rock. Do it. Yeah, you do that guitar over there. Go versus fish. Hell yeah. Got all these fish. They're trying to drink. They're trying to get drunk down here. These little fish, they're coming over to this cup and they're just feeling very fresh. Feeling like fish fresh out the water, looking for a little sustenance in the human world.
Old Doge 696 says, I'll pick dog.
No!
You're nothing but a fence sitter. You're fencing all the time. Ain't nothing but a fence sitter. Sitting on fences all the time. Well, you ain't never chose to go to fish. You ain't no fence of mine. You said you was high class, and that was just a lie. You're sitting on your ass, yeah, 'cause that was just a lie. Well, you ain't never chose to go to fish, and you're just a fence of mine.
Fence of mine! We got a photorealistic skibbity thermopause with a Sigma goat. What a poetic sentence that I don't understand in the slightest. And I love it. It confuses me. It makes me feel alive. Keep a leg on the
Very
fence and
offensive to
don't
goat
fall.
versus fish.
Very.
Very offensive.
He's
Goat versus
offended.
fish takes offense.
Y'all got takes offense. I see what you did there.
You see, goat versus fish. You are just beginning to perceive goat versus fish. You are just beginning to perceive goat
But
versus fish.
If I were to really understand the fence, wouldn't I understand both the goat and the fish, though? You know?
How could you understand goat without being goat?
Well, I could just see goat from afar. Wouldn't that be enough for
Well,
goat versus
but
fish?
the fence sitter is so high on the fence they can scarcely perceive the goat. Far away goat.
Nah, I found a short fence. I promise. I understand goat fully just by imagining what goat's like.
I can just pretend like I can just imagine a goat.
Yeah,
I can just
exactly.
imagine a goat. Look, you want goat? You don't have to imagine goat. It's a real goat. It's a real goat.
That's a real goat. That's not a toy.
This is a real goat, and it's really goat versus fish. It's a really goat versus fish.
I don't know goat versus fish. I think I want to be a fence sitter. How does that make
Wait,
you
we think
feel?
there's something. What? Wait, we think we can't quite hear. What? The technologification? Can we quite hear
Let's see.
what you're saying on?
I can hear me when I put
What
the
is?
mic really
What
close.
was it? You were saying to Goat versus Fish?
I was saying that I think I want to be a fencer.
What? What did you say to Goat versus Fish?
I think I want to be a fencer. I think
That I can't choose between goat or fish, and so I think it'd be better for me to just sit on the fence for a while and think about it, you know? Just think about it for quite a while until I decide which one's better.
think of first.
My bum is on the rail. Bum is on the rail. Look at me. My bum is on the rail.
The electric fence.
You know, the fence wasn't too good. The one that they had up there was falling apart. They damaged the fence in front of the White House. Excuse me, that I built it.
But more important than a particular decision is that it happened in a timely fashion.
Oh, my verses. There's nothing to perceive here. Except for Goat versus Fish. Nothing to perceive here except for Goat versus Fish.
I'm sorry, GoatVsFish. I can't stop my hands. They're making a strange object, an object I find scary, but also comforting. What is it? I don't know. What am I making? Oh no. It looks remarkably like a damned object in this verses. An object for people to think and ponder, but also not take a side. An object Goat versus Fish decries with all his might. And yet I draw it for you. A frightening portrait of sticks to the sky, horizontal.
They can't even really see much of your fence. Look at the verses.
Oh no, look at the verses.
I was on Goat versus Fish last night. Pre-fight. Started asking, are you going to fish? But I was high on the fence by then. I miss the birds so much. I miss my life. It's lonely on the fence. Such a timeless fight between goat and fish. And I think I'm gonna take long as I wish. Might not even choose a goat or a fish. I'm not the one they think I am at home. Not fish nor goat. No, I'm a fence-sitter. A fence-sitter sitting on a fence up here alone. Think I'm gonna take long as I wish. Might not even choose a goat or a fish. Not the one they think I am at home. Not fish nor goat. No, I'm a fence sitter. A fence sitter sitting on a fence up here alone. Fence ain't the kind of place to raise your kids. Kids are a baby goat, and there'd be no fish to versus them if you did. And all these verses I don't understand. This guy just keeps saying, are you goat or fish?
Just keep saying it.
Fence sitter. A fence sitter. Think I'm gonna take long as I wish. Might not even choose a goat or a fish. Not the one they think I am at home. Not fish nor goat. No, I'm a fence sitter. Fence sitter sitting on a fence up here alone. Think I'm gonna take long as I wish. Might not even choose a goat or a fish. Not the one they think I am at home. Not fish nor goat. No, I'm a fence sitter. A fence sitter sitting on a fence up alone. I think it's gonna be a long, long verse. I think it's gonna be a long, long verse. I think I'm just old dog 696. I think I'm looking at a fish for reference. I think I looked at fish from high up on the fence. I think I might know what GoatVsFish is from down here on the fence. Gonna be GoatVsFish. I think it's gonna be a long, long verse.
I'm a fish and I'm sitting on the fence. I know my body looks like a fish, but I'm not sure still. Am I a goat or am I a fish? All my friends say that I'm like a fish, but I still want to sit on the fence for some reason. I just think it's a practical choice to sit on the fence. It's not like I'm afraid to choose a side. The fish.
Oh, just a fish. I'm just a fish, a pretty little fish. I'm just a little fish and I've been on a fence for years. How do I get off? Please help me get off the fence. I wish to not be here, yet I still choose to be a fence sitter.
Poop Dish declares goat! Celebration for goat! Celebration for goat!
Celebration for goat. Goat celebrations are in order. Goat is celebrated currently.
Celebration for goat! Celebration for goat!
I'm drawing a goat right now. It's getting created.
Creation goat! Creation goat! Creation goat!
We love to create the goats
Creation
and the
of
fish.
goat. It seems that Goat vs. Fish is quite an inspiration to you.
Yeah, look at all this illustration. Inspiration.
Look at all the illustration inspiration. Goat! Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Poop Dish declares goat. Radiation! Radiation, the Deadpool show raids Goat vs. Fish with 45 viewers for Goat vs. Fish. Celebration! Celebration! OMG, a viewer for following Goat vs. Fish. Deadpool! 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 Welcome to Goat vs. Fish!
Versus fish!
Welcome to Goat vs. Fish!
Goat versus fish!
Welcome to Goat vs. Fish!
Goat versus fish!
Diver Dave, welcome to Goat vs. Fish!
Goat versus fish!
Goat versus Fish!
Yeah!
Goat versus Fish and Doc Bug Love and Jayhawker 94 and Polly Ollie and the Deadpool Show and Rasta Garf. Remembering the interview with Scooty Pop Jr. and Hamilton Beckett, who already loves this. Goat versus Fish brings the verses to you. Celebration for turning into the Goat vs. Fish show with Maddie Mutation. To the Goat vs. Fish, don't you know that we've just been raided by the Deadpool show? The Deadpool show! How can we learn? How can we grow? Does anyone even know that it's Fish versus Goat and it's Goat versus Fish for as long as you wish? And it's live on Twitch. I hear that raid a-comin', it's raiding round the bend. And I ain't seen Goat vs. Fish since I don't know when. I'm stuck on Folsom fences, verses keep dragging on. Oh, but that versus keeps moving onto a hype train beyond. Celebration for Slay J, Rasta Garf, Bad Touchery, Old Dog 696 and Driver Dave and ONG a viewer and Deadpool show for the radiation, for the radiation.
Radiation!
Oh, Marlin!
That's a fish!
Please versus me!
Yeah, versus me!
embarrass you anymore.
Who are you now? Little Shorty follows Goat versus Fish.
Yay.
Thunderhead 81 follows Goat versus Fish. We're having a very excited versus. So artistic, this versus Jay Hawker with 100 bits. Once! Celebration! Celebration for Jay Hawker with 100 bits. Jay Hawker, are you goat or are you fish? No need. No need for fence walking turn. No need for fence talking. No need for fence talking. Awesome bits from Jay Hawker to the goat. House weavers. No need for fence sitting. No need for quitting. It's a time to choose a goat or a fish. Are you goat or a fish? Are you fish or goat? We're gonna be fish. Filthy fish. No need for fence sitting. No need for no quitting. It's a fish or is it goat? Is it fish or goat? It's to the place of goat versus fish that we go. Celebration! Celebration, celebration, celebration for the radiation of the Deadpool show. Celebration for the Deadpool show.
Celebration!
But the versus has come for your participation. Following Goat versus Fish is just the beginning of Goat versus Fish. Jay Hawker, are you goat or are you fish? Jay Hawker, are you goat? Are you fish? A bunch of new viewers here on Goat versus Fish. A bunch of new viewers on Goat versus Fish.
New viewers!
Beautiful verses.
View newly.
Beautiful, beautiful celebration of Goat versus Fish.
A beautiful celebration for Goat versus Fish and the new viewers.
And the new verses. In the new verses, define the difference between a goat and a fish, says OMG a viewer.
All right, we got the big questions in the house.
The big verses,
thinkers.
the big verses.
Oh my God, a viewer. They're viewing. They're trying to see.
They're viewing Goat versus Fish.
They're trying to see
they
what
saw
is Goat
versus Fish. Well, look at this.
Wow.
Look at Goat versus Fish.
Goat versus Fish.
And look at the fish and goat celebration.
Celebration.
Maddie Mutation is here with
It's
Goat versus
me.
Fish. So if you're enjoying this versus, so please give a follow to Maddie Mutation on the Instagram. And while you're there, follow Goat versus Fish. Why not follow Goat versus Fish?
Why
while
not?
you're in the
You know, like,
versus?
why not? You're already here. You're already looking at a goat and you're looking at a fish illustration.
You're looking at a goat and a fish.
You're looking at a man who is both goat and the fish, but not both. Sorry, you're the versus of the two of them. That's the false versus. No one can be both.
So let's get some. Let's get some Goat versus Fish. Let's get some verses here. It's time for declaration as we listen to some thunder tracks. Raiders, are you goat or are you fish? We're going to count your goat or fishness right here in the verses. Right here in the verses of Goat versus Fish. Are you goat or are you fish?
Are you goat or you fish?
We're talking to you, Raiders. We're talking to all of the Raiders.
Please tell us.
And we are speaking to you, the Deadpool Show. Are you goat or are you fish? The Deadpool Show. Jay Hawker says fish. Celebration for fish. And Brockzek Najee, who have not seen in a million verses. Welcome back to Goat versus Fish.
Welcome.
OMG, Bad Touchery says goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. And Doc Buglove says blah blah blah. That could be goat, but it could be fish.
Could be fish. It could be goat.
It could be goat or fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Deadpool Show. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat? OMG, a viewer says fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish.
Celebration for
More important
fish.
than a particular decision is that it happened in a timely
Let's celebrate
fashion.
that
OMG,
fish.
viewer fish. Celebration for fish. Old dog remains on the fence. Old dog remains
Boo.
on the fence. Are you goat or are you fish? Hamilton Beckett declares goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. That's a goat in the verses. That's a goat in the verses. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. Jozilla declares fish. Autumn Samurai says fish poggers.
Fish
Are you fish or
poggers.
are you fish? Celebration for fish. Autumn Samurai goes fish. Well, Welcome back to the Versus Autumn Samurai. Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish.
Yeah.
We've still got Diver Dave. Is Diver Dave? The Deadpool show says celebrate more fish! Fish, 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 fish. Deadpool show with 45 radiation. Deadpool with the 45 radiation. So that's going to count. That's going to count for 4,500 verse points for fish.
Yeah, it is.
5,000, 6,000, 6,000, 6,000,
Mighty
6,300 verse points for fish. And then 5,000 of those verse points goes to there being another fish.
What's a
so
map?
fish gets another versus. Fish gets another versus.
Fish!
Fish gets another versus.
Fish, fish, a magnet for the fish. Put that fish in the, ooh, take a look at that fish. That fish is glimmering, shiny. What is that, a cod? I don't know.
It's a common snook.
It's a common snook. Listen, this guy knows what fish are. I bet you can name at least 10 different types of fish.
Fish. So many kinds of fish. Celebration for fish. Another fish joins the verses. Are you watercoloring? You have been asked the verses.
I am. Take a look at these, baby. That's some
Autumn Samurai says 1 bit for goat and 1 bit for fish. A fair versus.
We got the water basin.
Fair versus.
We got my little paintbrush.
It's 1 bit for goat and 1 bit for fish. Are fish making a big comeback? They could be. Watercoloring is kind of fish.
It's kind of fishy, and I have declared myself a fish.
Celebration for fish?
Not even once a goat.
Not even once a goat.
I'm one of those people that only
Never
goes
once a
for
goat?
one. Never once a goat. I do have a goat card from you.
So you have always declared fish?
I've always declared fish.
Every versus?
I think so.
Are you goat or fish?
I'm fish.
Celebration for fish! It's always been fish. Never not fish.
Never not fish. But you know, one day I might go crazy. I might trip it up and say I'm goat, you know?
Or you could just be a crazy fish.
I could just be a crazy fish.
Dog Bug Love is always goat. Celebration for goat.
Celebrations.
OMG, a viewer says, I do electronic art on my tablet. I respect water art. Well, if you respect water art and you respect Maddie Mutations, then go and follow Maddie Mutations on the Instagram.
It's the only way to respect.
And while you're there, follow Goat vs. Fish on the Instagram.
Whoa.
And Goat vs. Fish will know if you're following Goat vs. Fish because Goat vs. Fish is going to pull up Instagram.com/GoatVsFish where we have 3,577 viewers.
We want to make that 4,000.
And if we do not see 3,578 followers of Goat vs. Fish, then we will know that you're not following Goat vs. Fish.
And we'll be mad and sad. We're gonna be mad and sad if you don't follow Goat vs. Fish.
Follow Goat vs. Fish right this very verses and follow Maddie Mutations.
That's me.
And all of their epic creations.
It's me, Maddie Mutations. I'm back here drawing Goat vs. Fish.
Making this amazing contribution to Goat vs. Fish.
This is another viewage of how goat and fish would look like if they were fence sitters. But you know, even a fence sitter is technically a goat or a fish. They just don't know it, you know?
They do not know, but yes, they are fish or goat. And you see, and now you can see this old dog, 69. You can't teach an old dog new verses. Oh, I was on the cusp. I'll always be goat fish. Just the repetition to goat versus fish. They just keep saying the same verses to goat versus fish. Oh, I'm a Capricorn. Oh, I can be both. Oh, I'm such a special little fence creature.
Special fence creature.
I'm just a special fence creature. I don't have to be goat or fish. I have all the fence excuses in the universe. Give me attention, goat versus fish. Give me. What did you just call Goat vs. Fish, old dog? 696?
What?
What did you just call Goat vs. Fish?
The B word?
Did you call Goat vs. Did you say something to Goat vs. Did you say something to Goat vs. Fish?
We didn't hear ya. Speak a little louder over there. Old dog, the B word is a dog, if you think about it.
OMG, a viewer followed Goat vs. Fish. Woo! And Maddie Mutations on the Instagram. And Goat vs. Fish has 3,578 followers on the Instagram. Can I be a sheep? Is a sheep a goat? Is a sheep a goat?
You know, that's a good question. I'd say if it wants to be a goat, it can be. It's closer to goat than it is fish. Hey, it's closer to goat than it is fish because it's got 4 legs. And last I checked, fish don't have 4 legs. But Goat vs. Fish, when I've asked him this question myself, he doesn't get that literal. But I'm over here, he let me be here in this room, okay? And so I'm gonna get literal for a second. And he can't stop me. He can't stop me. I'm over here and I'm gonna say it's closer to a fish, it's closer to a goat than it is a fish because it's got 4 legs. Yeah, Doc Bug Love. I believe sheep are goat adjacent. That's just logic right there.
Let's hear your best arguments for goat or fish. Hamilton Beckett says goats make better cheese than fish. That's a
Better cheese? Oh, yeah, that's true. I don't. But cheese is pretty fishy.
Polskadot, welcome to Goat versus Fish.
Woo!
Polskadot, are you goat or are you fish?
Tell us
Best
something.
arguments for goat and fish in the chat, right? This very first. Let's hear
Right
your best
now.
verses. Maddie Mutation is a fish. It's time
I'm a
for you,
fish.
goat who are in the chat, versus. Versus, give your best verses to Maddie Mutation,
I'm a
and fish
fish.
who are in the chat. You can support the fish. You can
Support
support
me,
the
fish, or else I'm all alone against all these goats. That's not
Polskadot is
fun.
fish. Celebrate more fish. Celebrate more fish.
How are you gonna verse me out there, huh?
How are you going to verse?
How are you gonna verse me? Goats smell better in the sun? How do you know that? I've never smelled a goat in the sun. I envy you. I envy your goat love. Because I'm a fish and I don't love the goats, but I want to someday become unification.
Bible Boys Church, welcome back to Goat versus Fish, who says nice painting celebration.
It's me.
Maddie
I'm the
Mutations.
painting.
This is Maddie Mutations, who was our guest of collaboration on Goat versus Fish. And Bible Boys Church is in the verses. Let's go to the televerses.
We got a long.
Let's go to the televerses. Let's go find one of those old ancient. Let's just bring up all of your past traumas on Goat versus Fish.
The viewers' traumas or your traumas?
Well, Bible Boys Church came back to Goat versus Fish after all these verses.
See.
So have a look. Watch the televerses. Maddie Mutation, look. Just watch the televerses. Praise God. Amen.
Beautiful.
We have met many claiming to be God or to speak for God, but they rarely choose goat or fish.
Amen. Amen. 3-month subscriber. God bless you. Goat versus Fish. Amen. Yeah, no, you know, I don't think God runs around on Twitch insulting people and using curse words, so I'm going to completely agree with you on that one. And yeah, I mean, God knows. God actually knows goat versus, he knows which one to pick. He knows. Which one? I don't know. I'm not God. But hallelujah, check out Goat versus Fish channel. Great channel. Amen. I'm not going to give this one. This is a 0 out of 5. Okay, this is not a weird shirt.
Celebration for Bible Boys Church returns to Goat versus Fish. We knew you couldn't. We knew you couldn't abandon Goat.
Wait, is that him? That's him on the video. Is him?
That was the one who was there. They are all part of the Goat versus Fish televerses.
Such a large televerses.
Davy, Anthony, Davonti.
Yeah, you
says
got
Goat
it.
for the win. Celebration for Goat.
There was like a long description up above about me and goat and fish and verses. Do you want to scroll up?
Oh, there was a big verses.
There was a big verses. It was like a little bit
We've
of a
got
novel.
Goat Yoga. We've got OMG a viewer, but Maddie. but Maddie. Fish rule? Know why? Fish fly in water and some fish fly in air and actually some fish do walk, aka who's the greatest mudskipper of them all? So I think fish wins over goat any verses, but yet goat are also known to eat anything like me.
Okay, good pondering. I enjoy a good ponder and a fish, a lovely fish to be on my side.
Bible Boys Church, are you goat or are you fish? Bible Boys Church, are you goat or are you fish? Hey, what the frick is going on over here?
What the frick is going on?
Hey, friggin' Bible Boys Church, hey, where have you friggin' been?
Oh my God, it's Jesus.
You used to friggin' be saying my friggin' name all the friggin' time, and now what friggin' happened to you? I don't see you on there no friggin' more.
I love Jesus'
You grew out
accent.
your friggin' beard, and now it's you're a friggin' embarrassment to me. You know, what happened to my friggin' tithing? You used to give me a friggin' chip in a few you used to kick up a 15, 20 friggin' %.
I love Jesus.
No, I don't friggin' see you nowhere no more. I'm very friggin' offended by your absence.
I'm a fish and Jesus has fed me to many. Jesus swears more than that. Yeah, Jesus has a dirty mouth. Jesus rips him, okay? Bible Boy Church said fish.
Celebration for fish!
Celebration for fish. Bible Boy Church fish.
Celebration for fish! Celebration for
That
fish.
is the godly choice, in my opinion, you know?
So you say, where does it say this to go? Ah, fish, celebration for fish.
Celebration for fish.
Fish.
That's this guy.
Fish. Fish, fish, fish.
Fishy.
Fish, and let's get some musications. Let's get some musication on goat versus fish.
Musication.
Let's get some musication. Let's get some musication on goat versus fish.
Musication for fish. Wow. Yeah. Get it. Oh. Yeah. Oh, get it. Wow. Damn.
Musications.
Jazzy. Oh, so cool. Feels like an anime.
The Deadpool Show asks OMG viewer, what have you brought us into? What kind of rabbit hole? It's not a rabbit, it's a goat or a fish!
Don't talk about rabbits. Those don't exist in this
How
world.
many verses? How many verses must we say that it's...
It's either a fish hole or a goat hole. It's not a rabbit hole. Tell me what a rabbit is. Is it a goat or a fish over here? And I know previously I said 4 legs equals close to goat, but rabbits smell like fish. So up in the air about this one.
Can you believe what they're saying to goat versus fish? Can
No.
you believe what they're saying to goat versus fish?
I literally can't and I'm upset. Oh, he's leaving.
You think about goat versus fish.
He's going. He's not coming back. Goat versus fish is out of the building. Fallen into a void space in the green screen world. It's just me out here now, and I'm just sad that, we'll never see him again. It's a sad day. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish is gone. He's gone. Knock, knock, knock. Is he gonna come out? Whoa! I heard a knocking. Oh, where'd he go? Do you want me to open the door? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna over there. Do you hear him? Do you hear where he is? Where did he go? Is he over here? Where is he? Oh. Wow! Come on out! Oh my gosh, Goat versus Fish, he's emerging backwards to the void of space and time. Oh my gosh. Wow. He's back. Wow, oh my gosh. Now we know. Now we know where he can leave and he can come back. That's some new information.
Information. Information. Old Dog 696 says, why can't we all just get along? We blame you. We blame you.
Me?
We blame Old Dog 696 who opines and wonders why can't we all just get along, and we blame you. We blame Old Dog 696.
We blame you.
It is you who can't get along with Goat versus Fish.
Yeah. Get a load of yourself, why don't you? Check yourself out in the mirror once in a while, okay, Old Dog? You said the B word.
And Polskadot says rabbit is a land fish. Is rabbits a land fish?
I'm fine with that. Fish can be on the land, as long as they adopt
Fish of the land.
little furry ears. And
We think it's time to show them, well, you continue your verses, but once you have completed this fencery, then maybe we should show them the land of goat.
Land of goat. Love that. There's a land of goat.
But you just keep making that, we like this verses now that there's more goat and fish in the verses.
Yeah, totally. When it was just a fence, you were a little upset. You were like, get that fence out of here. But now that it's a metaphorical concept of like how the goat and the fish could be on a fence, but still obviously be goat and fish, it's actually a decrying of fence sitter in general. So this illustration is in line with your doctrine.
Polskadot says, I like your drawing style. Look at all the complimentation you
Wow.
get on goat versus fish.
Complimentation.
And Chivo says goat. Chivo says goat. You said fish earlier in the verses, Chivo, even though Chivo is goat, but you can declare goat or fish. You can declare goat or fish. You can declare goat or fish.
You can do what you want.
Now, Goat versus Fish wants you all to know. Goat versus Fish wants you all to know that there is coming out soon. Coming out soon. Coming out on October 1st.
Whoa, that's pretty soon.
A new hit single of Goat versus Fish. A new hit single of Goat versus Fish.
Yeah, you heard it.
On Spotify and all of the verses. So Goat versus Fish, we are putting the link in the chat, and we want you to save this verses.
Save it. You know what that means. You gotta click the thing and you click the thing again, and then it's like saved or something where it's in your fucking phone. So when it comes out, you don't have to remember to click it again. Thank you. Thank you, Polksadots. This is my first time doing ad-lib chime-ins. But you know, I'm doing ad-lib chime-ins to everyone in my life. So might as well put it on a video because boy, am I practice at interrupting people with my own little essence, okay? I'm out here going, hi there, how you doing? I'm out here going, you got an opinion? Oh, I got one too. Yeah, I got an opinion. And also, I'm a genuine GoatVsFish fan out here myself. So if you think that I'm part of you guys. I'm in the chat. You ever seen me in the chat? If you see me in the chat, shout out fish rules because I'm a fish, and that's what I want. I want more fish to be ruling in this versus. So I met GoatVsFish at an open mic thingy with some friends. It wasn't really an open mic. It was a lineup. I was on a lineup with GoatVsFish, and I saw that shit, and I was like, that shit's interesting. And then he gave me a sticker, and I was sold. I was sold with one sticker. My soul sold away with a sticker. Have you ever been given a sticker by GoatVsFish? It's an exciting experience.
It's a very exciting versus. It's a very exciting versus.
I'm getting a BTS experience here as a GoatVsFish fan, and let me tell you, there's way more stickers out there, folks. You thought you only saw one or two? There's at least 20. I don't know. 50? How many stickers do you think you got?
GoatVsFish, at least 5 billion verses.
5 billion verses.
But what we can challenge unto you now is, it could be this one if you wish, but you could make an illustration that could become a sticker of GoatVsFish.
I would love to.
We could make the sticker of GoatVsFish. If you wish to hear,
hear it.
The verse is 1 minute of the upcoming single of GoatVsFish! Exclamation tip in the chat, and we may just,
you know?
We may just. That's the verses. That's the verses.
That is the verses. Listen, a lot of things are the verses, and that's one of them. We've been wondering, what's the verses? Is it universe? It
is the universe
just a concept of several things? Like any several things,
well,
really.
Several things for a versus goat. Or perhaps fish.
For a versus goat or fish.
Perhaps goat or perhaps fish. Perhaps goat and perhaps fish.
Perhaps goat and perhaps fish. That's how I wake up every day.
We think it's timing. We're going to reveal some new toys on GoatVsFish.
Yes.
Oh, my verses.
Oh, my verses.
What's happening on GoatVsFish?
It's like a polite elderly person not wanting to curse. Oh, my verses. But we've heard you curse before, so we know you curse as well. You contain multitudes.
Oh, GoatVsFish. Oh, we're experiencing some fanciness.
You're asking if you should goat or if you should fish now? We're not here to convince you which one's better. That's the secret sauce here. We're not here to tell you one is better. I may be a little crazy over here and I might have my opinion. It's because I'm not GoatVsFish. I am GoatVsFish associate. I don't know. So I have an opinion about goat or fish, and I'll say it. He's told me to not say it. He told me be quiet over there. Don't say your opinion. And I said, you hit the stream button, and now we're going crazy. I'm joking. He didn't tell me to do that. But I'm here to tell you, you got to choose for yourself. You got to choose for yourself whether you're goat or fish. That's the whole game. There's not many rules to this game, but that's one of them. And you're being a trifling little old dog.
Contribution!
Whoa!
Contribution to GoatVsFish!
Money in the bucket, buckets of money over here. Buckets of GoatVsFish dollars and cents. Dimes and pennies. He's making his belly do that thing again, and we always love when he does the belly thing. Everybody loves the belly thing. Everyone asks for it at the bar. They say, do the belly roll, please.
Anonymous contribution $3 to GoatVsFish. Celebration. Anonymous fish love.
Anonymous fish love.
Anonymous.
Celebration for the anonymous fish love.
We love anonymous donors, but we love when we know you too.
Anonymous fish.
Anonymous fish.
Anonymous fish.
Are they anonymous fish? Or goat?
Anonymous fish.
Did they say? They're anonymous, so we can't tell. Bing bong, bing bang bang. Bing bing bang bang bang.
Anonymous
I'm
fish.
Almost done with this drawing.
Celebration for fish, so that's 300 bits for fish. That's a contribution for fish.
Woo!
Anonymous fish. Who is to know? Who's to say?
Who is to know and who is to say?
So Old Dog 696. You'll notice this now. They're saying, "Oh, you should sing. But you gotta let me know. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Should I fish or should I go?
Should I fish or should I go?
But
Hey, your fans know your songs.
they know the verses.
They know those verses.
But we think that if you want Goat versus Fish to sing that verses, we just don't know.
You just
Does
don't
Goat
know.
versus Fish want to sing that verses?
You can't be told what to
we
do.
don't know.
You do what you want.
Oh, from this fence sitter?
From a fence sitter, you don't have to listen to any fence sitter
Goat
because
versus
they're
Fish.
not down with the people. You know, they're not down there.
They're not down with Goat versus Fish. Hiawatha Johnson with a very presumptuous verses.
I am Miss Goat versus Fish. Maybe when you're away, I miss you. Is that what he means?
You do not know what is Goat versus Fish. Misses. What is misses to Goat versus Fish?
What is
Mr.
misses?
versus Mrs. is a false verses that misses the verses of Goat versus Fish.
Wham, wham, wham.
This is our esteemed collaboration, Maddie Mutation, here with Goat versus Fish.
Everybody knows if there's a girl and a boy next to each other, they're the Mrs. and the Mister. Isn't that right? Feminism! Down with that!
That Goat versus Fish cannot even comprehend what was just said to Goat versus Fish.
Feminism!
What is
Goat versus Fish told me, don't yell feminism again on the street.
Is feminism a goat or is it a fish? That's a fair versus.
That's a fair versus.
Let's ask the let's have a nice poll in chat.
Yeah, Polkadot's got it right. Feminism!
Let's do a poll in chat and let's just ask if feminism is a goat or a fish.
Can you
that's a
Google
fine
it?
versus.
Can somebody Google it out there? Is feminism goat or fish?
And look at this.
Whoa.
Oh.
What is your...
Oh, never mind that versus. So let's take this versus and happen to Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish.
Goat versus
There's the versus.
Oh, America.
Beautiful verses for asking if feminism is goat versus fish. Hiawatha Johnson says it's a fish. Hiawatha Johnson, are you goat or are you fish?
Hiawatha.
And listen to Old Dog 696 again. Look at the fencery.
Respect the fence. It keeps you humble.
You see, the fencer says, it's I who am keeping you humble. That does not sound very humble to Goat versus.
You're gonna be humble up there on the fence? We're down here digging the trenches of Goatland, trying to dig over into Fishland. We're trying to
Humble yourself before Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish comes from within you. It is only through your humiliation that you will find a humbleness in Goat versus Fish. They're very confused.
Fences are confused? Yeah. I mean,
They're quite confused. Poll is femin.
I honestly, I'm a woman and I'm very intelligent, but I don't know how to spell feminism.
Is is feminism.
Feminism?
Goat or fish? Is feminism goat or fish? Feminism is goat.
Feminism is
fish.
Does it mean that the concept in general is aligned with goats or fish, or does it mean that the concept...
Listen, first we just have to establish if feminism is goat or fish.
Stop trying to add man into feminism. Oh! Polkadot's got it right.
Feminism
Let
is...
us know what's up. Polkadot's, you're a real one.
And Goat versus Fish, 10-minute poll. 10-minute poll, 5 channel points per vote begins now. Is feminism goat or fish? The poll begins now.
Get your votes in, folks. Get your votes in, folks, or else you won't be on the right side of history.
I want the Johnson fish. Celebrate more fish. Polskadot says fish are free of ego. Amazing verses.
Yeah, I like that. I think goats are egotistical, honestly. They got those horns. They had to like make some stuff happen in their head to like show people that they're big. Like that's big GE, big goat energy over here. I have to buy a Porsche or a big car to like show everyone you got horns in your big horny horns? Huh?
But now goat versus fish. Are you a goat or are you fish?
Are you?
Appreciation for your donation to Goat versus Fish.
Woo.
Goat versus Fish. Prediction. Manage poll. View the verses. Goat or fish?
Have you seen a goat start walking down the street? So fishing, saw it flopping all down the road. Flip flop, fish flop.
Is feminism
What is it?
goat or fish?
What is it? What's feminism nowadays? Yeah. Are women equal?
Now we have heard. Let us vote in the poll. Is feminism goat or fish? Vote in the verses.
Is it?
Vote in the verses.
I'm so curious.
Feminism. It's the new spelling according to Goat versus Fish.
That's what you said to Goat versus Fish.
It is? It was what I said?
You said you
man.
You expectation Goat versus Fish to know just how to spell every verses that's not a goat or a fish?
You have the brain of a goat and a fish in you,
It's
maybe?
Goat versus Fish. We're pondering Goat versus Fish.
We're pondering Goat versus Fish, and if it's feminism.
I cannot say feminism now. Feminism? Feminism. Feminina.
Is it goat or is it fish? Vote in the verses. Vote in the verses, and you can vote again using your channel points.
I can't vote because I'm sitting over here. Can you vote for me, people in the chat, please?
Well, if you could take out your hello phone and then you could join the chat.
Oh, I could.
And they could follow you on Twitch in case you decide to begin living streaming
Whoa, you're
yourself.
so right. What a cross-promotional hellstorm of joy.
Promotion. So let's find a musication more befitting of this verses.
Twitch. I'm already here. How do I get onto the stream? Watch me struggle getting onto the stream that I'm on.
Goat versus fish.
Oh, it's live. Just looks different though. No, that's a different person.
It's the Uncle Joe show. Celebration! Celebration for the nephew Uncle Joseph.
Celebration!
Celebration.
Watch me struggle, chat. I think I have to go to like now. Well, this is boring for the chat. Or maybe it's really relatable. Okay.
Goat versus fish.
Goat versus fish.
Goat versus fish.
What's a goat and what's a fish? I seen a goat in a farm once. It went bah and went bah. What's a fish? I have a fish tank at home. What's a fish? My fish tank's Roman fish. They're going around.
Fish.
I put my fish tank on wheels so it could roam like goats do. Throw down your brooms and stop sweeping the nation. Equal household labor.
What a poet you are, Polskadot.
How do I chat?
man.
Cause you make me feel, you make me feel, you make me feel like a feminism. Cause you make me feel, you make me feel, you make me feel like a feminism. We think that's how you sing the verses, yes?
That's how you sing the verses, yeah.
Yes. Are you goat or are you fish? Find out the one true verse is, are you goat or are you fish?
We got some naughty words in the
my
chat.
verses.
Oh, such naughty words.
Old Dog 969, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish?
Are you good or are you fish?
Are you goat or are you fish?
Please tell us.
Are you goat or are you fish?
Are you good or are you fish? Oh, I almost figured out.
This is here's the verses.
It's me.
Fresh fish, old goat. Hey, old goat is old goat. Fresh fish, fresh fish. Woke up this verses feeling fine. God, goat versus fish on my mind. Last night I made a feminism. Fish versus goat. Oh, something tells me I'm gonna choose fish or a goat. Something tells me I'm a fish or a goat. Oh, feminism's the kind who's not too shy. And I can tell they're a goat or a fish. So they burst close to me like I hope they would. Is feminism a fish or is it goat? Is feminism a fish or a goat? We only burst for a minute or two, but the verse is close to me, the whole verse through. Can I be falling in love? Cause a feminism's what I'm dreaming of. Feminism's what I'm dreaming of. So we verses home, and they held my hope, but I didn't know if they were goat or a fish, so... Anyway, that's that verses. What the ah! 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 It's the particular atriarchy. It's the particular atriarchy that says that you can be a particular thing that's not a goat or a fish. It's the false verses of particular atriarchy and feminism. Oh no! Oh, my verses! So we versus home and they held my fin, and I didn't know which one would win. So I asked first the next week, and they told me I could. Something tells me that there's no evil or good, because there's only a goat and a fish. Do you be goat? 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 Do you be fish? Do you be fish? Do you be fish? Do you be goat?
Do you be goat? Do you be goat?
Does the goat
Do be goat and the fish do be fish?
No, wait, the verses. On that last verses, it's do you be goat or do you be fish?
Okay,
On that last verses.
Do you be goat or do you be fish?
Yes, that's the verses. Do you be goat?
Do you be goat or do you be
No,
fish?
the first verse is just do you be goat. And then it's
we're starting over.
Do
Okay.
you be goat?
Okay.
Do you be goat?
Do you be goat? Do you be goat?
Do you be goat?
Do you be goat? Do you be goat?
Do you be fish?
Do you be fish? Do you be fish?
Do you be goat?
Do you be goat? Do you be goat?
or do you be
That
goat?
verse is do you be goat or do you be fish? That verse
Do you
is.
be goat or
We'll
do you
take it
be
from the top.
fish?
Feminism is goat.
Feminism is goat.
Do you be goat?
Do you be goat? Do you be goat? Do you be goat? Do you be goat? Do you be fish or do you be fish? Do you be goat or do you be fish?
Because the goats
do be goat and the fish do be fish.
Do you be
Goat
goat
do
or
fish.
Don't sit on the fence, well, goat or on the land. Fish from the sea, on a goat versus fish. Now which one do you be? Do you be goat or a fish? Do you be goat or a fish? Because the goat do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence.
Whoa! Do you believe?
Feminism is. Oh wait a verse. Feminism was goat. We thought we saw it say that feminism was goat.
I did say that somewhere.
7 verses. The Uber kitten with a contribution says feminism is goat.
Beautiful. We love to hear it.
Celebration. Celebration.
Celebration.
Feminism goat.
Good. I'm glad we got that
We have
figured
these
out.
verses. Now we know. Now we know it's fish or if it's goat.
What does it mean that feminism is goat?
That feminism is goat? Well, it means, well, what is the fish then? If feminism is the goat, then what's the fish?
Oh no. Well, I don't like the opposite of feminism, and that's, I'm a fish though.
You are a fish. Interesting verses, interesting verses.
What does it mean? I want to be a feminist, but I'm a fish. I'm not a goat.
Celebration for fish.
Celebration for fish.
But so how can you reconciliation that feminism is goat and that you are a fish?
I can't reconcile it.
Oh, my verses!
I just can't.
It's a crazy verses of goat versus fish.
It's
out there.
just too crazy.
It's a crazy verses.
Change your mind, public, please. Tell me that fish is feminism too, or else I'll just not know what to do with myself.
Look at what you have done to fish! Look at what has happened to fish!
Blub, blub, blub. Fish is not happy. Help me, help me.
Oh, unhappy fish.
Oh, unhappy fish. How do I get out of here?
Wait a verse. We know what fish needs.
What does fish need?
2 verses a goat. Fish versus goat.
Yeah.
But why don't we go have a look at some of your fine verses here?
There's some fine verses over there.
Why don't we go and have a look at some fine verses?
Let's do that. So this was.
Polskadot says only feminism is goat, but that feminism is fish.
Are we gonna? Wait, what? Only feminism is goat. Okay, I like that. I'm fine with that. The wrong way it's spelled is the man way, right?
Is that what they? Goat versus fish. We are trying to educate. We are trying to learn just as much as you are. So you tell goat versus fish.
Feminism is goat. Feminism is fish. I like that, yeah, because that means the right way to spell it is the fish way, because fish rule, okay? That's what I know about me, because I'm a fish over here. You see right here? That's right.
Celebration for fish! Look at the fish! Oh, hold that fish, watch this. Fish!
What sort of fish are there?
We have to be like the little fish that eat the plankton off the big fish. Except in this example, one day we become the big fish, and then we eat the other big fish.
It's like a giant salmon smacking you in the face.
Do not take our American slogan and rip it off and throw a fish in the middle of it.
What type of fish is this? What sort of fish are there? I want a fish. I want a fish.
Cod is king. In cod we trust.
I can't marry a fish!
Broken my
What happened to
necklace.
fish?
I've broken my necklace, but now it is free.
Free the fish! Fish! Free 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 fish! Celebration for the free fish!
Celebration for the free fish. No longer caged by the net of my necklace. Now it's free to roam, and I can't wear it anymore. Well, I can just fix it.
So goat versus fish. So shall we?
Yeah, we shall.
We will put on a little musication to enter this universe.
Do we want to hide the transitional steps, or do we like to show?
Oh no, we're going to show them the whole verses.
Yeah, let's show them the whole verses.
Okay, goat and fish. Time the versus has come. The time of goat versus fish. Versus has come.
Oh my gosh. What's going on? How does this work? I don't like this. Oh jeez. What's over here? Oh, you gotta turn the green screen on. Wow. Oh my gosh. Wow. What's that land over there? That looks like goat land.
I'm a goat and I've been here for years. I've never found my way out of Goatland, and I don't wanna. It's my favorite place in the world.
What's over here? Covered in blue waves. Much different than the craggly rock surface of the Goatland. We see, oh wow, blue waves of the fish land. What are the fish doing over here?
I've been here for years as well. I've been a fisher my whole dang life. I don't like the goats. We versus all the time. My family has lost many children and many elderly due to the ravaging war of the goat versus fish dynamic. I wish we could unification, but simply we cannot.
I carry with me a beautiful sticker of unification so that I can one day possibly cause justice in our lands. Back to my home where we versus till night. The waves, they wash over the Goatland, but they do not listen. They get caught up. Oh, I don't like it. Too much water. Yucky, yucky water. Oh, it hurts the goat to be submerged, but it pleases the fish to be submerged. Oh, his horn gets caught in the waves. That's what it's like in Goat versus Fish Land.
Don't keep versing.
That's just a little bit of truth. Up from the waves come pleasant ducks. Whoa. They're neither goat nor fish. But they see, they observe, they say,
Wow, what a strange dynamic these two creatures have. If only there was one man who could describe the crazy dynamic that these two creatures, oh, they hate each other, but couldn't they love each other?
Yet I will watch. I pledge myself as fish. You pledge yourself as fish? Celebration for fish. Another has joined our fray against the goat. I wish war didn't exist. Oh, such a travesty of our times to still be consumed by violence. My goodness, another ravaging war starts and begins. You're a fish. No, our fishy friend! They had just joined us and now they have died! It's because of their pledges to us that they were put into danger. My fish mother and father, please, talk to me. Soothe my gentle spirit. The ravages of war hurt my brain. It hurts us too. I don't know how to live after knowing such war. Oh my god, I'm being caught up in my own water. It hurts to know that I am a fish and can never love a goat. You can't love us? That's the only reason there's war, is because you don't love us. No, you keep hurting us. We all have the same voice somehow, but that's okay.
It's okay.
I don't love fish, and my father didn't love fish, and his father before him didn't love fish. And that's just what's gonna happen for the rest of time. There's no point in talking about it, right? Yeah, there's no point in talking about it. Yeah, there's really no point in talking about it. There's no point in talking about it. We all have decided we don't like fish. Wow, what a sad day. A sun sets on this beautiful verses. Another conversation between goat and fish goes on day after day, never to be resolved. But someday, sometime, oh, the sweet breath of silver unification, glimmering stickers, you'll be unified. And you'll be unified too someday. Oh, I wish we could see it today, but today is a war day. A sad, sad war day.
I'll never let the goat and fish come together.
What?
I'll never let the goat and fish come together.
Oh no.
Because they think they're so cute. But I'm way cuter. I'm way cuter than both the... I'm way cuter than goat and the fish, and I'm gonna make sure that they never get together. Because at one time I saw a goat and a fish, and they loved each other so much, and it just made me sick. It made me jealous. They shouldn't. Why should they get to be happy? Why should they get to be happy? Why should they get to enjoy being in love when no one loves me? No one me. But now it's your fault.
About?
Now you don't love me, so now it's your fault, and now I'll never love you because you never love me. And I don't like goat fish is dumb.
What? What are you talking about?
I'll never let goat and fish get together ever again because I let them crash on my couch and they wouldn't pay me rent. They didn't pay me any rent, and now I'm out here on the fence on my. Oh, someone's raiding us.
Oh no, someone's raiding the chat.
Celebration for radiation of goat versus fish. It's a radiation of goat versus fish.
Radiation of goat and fish.
Radiation of goat and fish. The Hobbit 9,000 raids. Goat versus fish. Hobbit 9,000 raids. Goat versus... Quick, they want to see goat versus fish.
They want to see
They raid goat versus fish. The goat versus the fish. Wow, it's a goat versus a fish.
I feel pain from your horns. I feel pain from the goat's horns.
Goat versus fish on the mountain. On the mountain of goat.
On the mountain of goat.
Goat versus fish on goat mountain. Fallen bit of goat. Get back and...
Hi. I want to verse ya. Oh gosh, this one doesn't talk English. I'm sorry, but I want to verse you. Gosh, dang it. Oh, it hurts. I'm in pain. Get out of here. Get out of here. I'm a big fish in this pond, and I'm gonna thwart you with my big fish ways. Hey, what are you doing up there? You think you're all high and mighty up on the hill? I'm
deep because I'm down in the ocean. I got depth to me.
Celebration for Hobbit 9000 who raids Goat versus Fish.
Raid.
Radiation detection. Hobbit 9000. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? The versus has come for us to choose goat or fish. If you're new in the chat to Goat versus Fish, declare goat or declare fish. We are in collaboration with Maddie Mutations with Goat versus Fish, and it's time for you to declare. Hobbit 9000 declares goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration.
Goat.
Celebration for goat.
We love goat.
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 Celebration for goat.
We
and
climbed the
Spoonmon
mountain.
declares goat. Spoonmon declares goat.
Goat,
That's one goat.
Goat.
And Hobbit declares goat. And Hobbit 9000. Hobbit 9000 with a radiation of 16 to Goat versus Fish. That's 4,201 verse points for Goat.
So much
Spoonmon
math.
is Goat. Old Dog says Goat versus Fish. Old Dog is still just being fancy to Goat versus Fish. Sore Ark says fish or goated. Sore Ark. Are you goat or are you fish? Hobbit 9000, how was your stream? Owl Jim says fish will inherit the earth. That's fish. Zelda May, are you goat or are you fish? Sugar Water Baby says, we are not fence sitters. We are not fence sitters. We are not fence sitters. It's a radiation message that says we are not fence sitters.
Fence sitter.
Celebration.
Fancy.
Celebration, not fence sitters, not in this versus.
No, not in this versus.
Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Show that. Let's go. Let's see your illustration. That was a fun versus.
That was
we
a
can
fun
return
versus.
here at any versus.
We can return back and
But
forth.
why don't we? But wait a versus. Let's return. Let's return again.
Let's return again.
And let's tell them about the land of the goat. Tell them about this land of the goat of your creation.
What is the land of the goat?
Tell us about this land of the goat.
This is a bunch of rocks, okay? I took this from a job I was on, from the trash. And I won't tell you who, because they told me not to take it. But I said, I'll need this someday. I'll need this for when I meet Goat versus Fish, and I need to depict the land of the goat in a miniature style. And you know, the day has come. So we see the rocks. They're barren.
Formation.
There's no rocks. There's no goats on it. And then slowly we see, oh, the goat goes, this is my place. I like where this is. I need a rock to climb. And the goat slowly trudges up. We see them striving to get on top, striving to get up. Oh, going backwards now. Moving with his butt right up to the top of the plinth.
Zelda May Fish, celebration for fish.
Celebration for fish. Celebration for Fish. Fish is over here watching the goat as the goat climbs up to the top and says, how did you get there? The goat says,
It's just my way. It's just how I do. I'm a goat. I can climb high. That's what I do.
I like being up here. I envy you, goat. If only I could be a goat. That'd be nice.
You want to be a goat?
Oh,
You just gotta say you're a goat and then you're a goat.
what? I could be a goat? That's crazy. I've been a fish my whole life. I'm part of the fish war. My dad was a fish. My dad's dad was a fish. I've fought so many fish, so many goats. I don't even know. I don't want to be a goat.
You don't have to be a goat, but you're just gonna sit there envying me all day long. Well, you might as well say something about being a goat and then choose to be a goat. It's really nice over here.
I'd miss the depths of the water. Down into the sea, where no one can see me but myself and my family. I am but a fish. I swim many depths. I like to go down
fish
into the
swimming
ocean.
around. Fish swimming
around.
Swimming fish.
I am alone here with my thoughts, with nothing but myself. Oh my gosh, am I a goat? How could I be a goat if I've been a fish my whole life? Oh, I take adventures through many lands, and I don't know where to go if I'm a goat. I've been a fish my whole life. Stream was very good, very celebration, very good. Hobbit. I understand that the Hobbit 900 enjoys the stream. The fence.
Am I a fence sitter if I think about being a goat for a second? Just a second. I don't really want to be a goat. I'm just curious. Is this where I belong? Down deep in the ocean where the fences lay?
Hobbit 9000 declares no one shall sit on the fence.
No one.
Never the fence sitter.
Never.
Never the fence. And look at this art of look at these verses.
Look at these verses.
We got art of drinking like a fish.
That's a bunch of fish and they're drinking. They're getting drunk like fish love to do.
And we have a goat.
We have a goat here.
Stinky goat. Stinky power goat.
Power goat. Commodore Friday wants to see my feet. I won't show you my feet. You want feet pics out here? What do you think, you're OnlyFans? Take a look at those feet. Take a look at those toes. Fish love toes. Ever put your toes in a codfish or in a koi fish pond? They fucking love it. Fish. Upside down. It's me, I'm wafting in the sea. I'm in the sea, don't see me, I'm in the sea. Now, we've explored this little fancy illustration of fish and goat, but maybe it's time for a new illustration. An illustration, maybe just a fish looking real pretty, you know? Maybe just a fish having a good old dang-dong day. I'm gonna figure out how to get close. Let's get close to the drawing.
Lithadora, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Lithadora, are you goat?
Are you
or
goat?
a fish? So this is a nice verses. They can just witness your illustration and we can just have conversation with the goat and the fish. It's beautiful verses.
Beautiful verses.
Beautiful verses of Goat vs. Fish.
Beautiful
Hobbit
verses.
900 with the radiation of Goat vs. Fish. Hobbit 900 with the radiation.
Okay, wait. I'm looking for...
Follow Hobbit 900. Follow Hobbit 900 on Goat vs. Fish.
Follow.
And Goat vs. Fish is going to follow the Deadpool show as well for radiation of Goat vs. Fish. Yes.
Radiation of Goat vs.
Yes, glorious verses.
Glorious verses to Goat.
As soon as you begin making your next illustration, we think we're going to play your musication.
Let's play my musication.
We'll play your musication.
Yes.
So you
It keeps getting different.
take all my verses. It's okay. It's okay. We're learning about Goat vs. Fish. We're learning about Goat vs. Fish.
Yours is right there, but
It's
you're
right.
so, maybe you're just louder than I am. But sometimes I'm really loud. I'm
Goat
like,
vs. Fish.
ba ba ba.
Well, maybe you're quiet to Goat vs. Fish.
Maybe I am quiet. And this knob makes me loud or makes me hear loud.
No, that is just what you
just
hear.
what I hear.
That changes not how they sound unto
You're hearing
you.
some BTS over here. Some good old figuring stuff outville over here. And it's because it's my first time streaming with Good
The first
vs. Fish.
verses.
And it's a beautiful verses.
It's a fine verses.
What a fine verses it is.
It's a fine
Okay,
verses.
we got this. So I'm gonna take this illustration. Oh, fuck. Giant light falls. Okay. Oh, I see here an accidental old drawing that a friend drew for me.
That looks like a fish.
It is a fish.
It's an
They drew
original
it for me
fish.
and then, no, don't look at that. That's a nude creature.
Oh, don't say
That's-
that on Goat vs. Fish. It's just an illustration.
It's just an illustration. That's a fish. Got
Celebrate
fishy
for fish.
teeth and something's coming out of the head. It looks like math problems. It's classic stuff over here.
So are we ready for the next illustration?
Are we ready? Are we finding it? What kind of illustration should I do?
It's up to you. It's
I
up to
think a
you.
fish.
We want an illustration that is inspired. That is inspired by.
Yeah.
You like that as you wish. Yes,
I'm
you.
just trying to center it. Center.
I'm thinking a little fish, but maybe a little silly fish.
Silly little fish.
A silly little fish, you know?
So we are going to play verses. So Maddie Mutation has brought here with us a verses of their own creation, yes?
Yes. Oh, and you can play the one with the words, or I can sing it.
Well, how about you sing it and illustration in the same verses?
Wow, I love that.
Complication. Goat versus fish.
I've made a verses song just today, so it's full of newness.
Okay, goat and fish. Okay, goat and fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. So which verses is this? We have a fish is fish, a goat is a goat.
That's the song.
Is that the one you wish, or do you wish backing track?
Backing track is the one, yes.
Okay.
Let me listen to it for myself so I remember how to sing it.
Oh, you just have to learn as we verses.
You're so
The verses is now.
The verses is now.
Are you preparation? It's coming. The verses is coming.
The verses is coming.
Are you preparation?
I'm
Are you ready to
preparation.
verses?
I'm so preparation.
Now the musication and illustration of collaboration with Maddie Mutation.
Singing and drawing? A fish is a fish. It's a cold and healthy dish. But a goat is a goat. No one eats it, not remotely. A fish is a fish. It flops and floats and whispers to the goat. Yes, the goat. Whispering unification. A fish, nasty fish. Smell her in the river. Wish I was a goat, just a goat. Strong and brave and nobody knows I'm a fish, just a fish. Hook me now with your line. I'm a goat today. You drink of me, so keep me healthy. 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 A healthy goat. A healthy fish. A healthy goat versus fish. A healthy goat versus fish. Just some goat versus fish tunes, you know? Just some contributions to the goat versus fish megaverse, where people think about what is goat and what is fish. And you know, I think goat versus fish a lot of things. You see, I think a fish is a fish. It's a cold and healthy dish. That's because people eat fish. But a goat is a goat.
So
No
they
one
can
eats
sing
it
along
remotely.
with you and goat versus fish.
They could if they wish.
Okay, well let's do that verses.
Let's
But
do that
you have to
verses?
ensure that they can perceive it all.
I do have to ensure that they can perceive it at all.
But you just do this.
Hi, yes.
They can perceive.
Oh,
all
so
the verses.
smart. Goat versus fish has got this set up down.
Are we ready to sing along with Goat versus Fish and Maddie Mutation? Are we ready to sing?
Maybe I should make the light not go so up and down so people can really just see it. Okay.
Are we ready to sing with Maddie Mutation?
Yes.
Let's do the verses.
Sing with me. That's my other song, Rectangles. Okay, get ready. We're gonna start here, folks. A fish
is a fish. It's a cold and healthy dish. But a goat is a goat.
No one eats it remotely. A fish is a fish. It flops and floats and whispers to the goat. Yes, the goat. Whispering unification. A fish, nasty fish. Smell her in the river. Wish I was a goat, just a goat. Strong and brave, nobody knows I'm a fish, just a fish. Hook me now with your line, now I'm a goat today. You drink of me, so keep me healthy, 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 healthy. A healthy goat, a healthy fish, a healthy goat versus fish.
Goat versus fish.
Goat versus fish.
Goat versus fish. Celebration.
Celebration.
Celebration. Loudest ASMR stream ever. Yes, we are attempting to monitor all of the amplifications, and we can hear one another. Yes.
Are we too loud when we go bonk, 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 bonk?
We think it's a fine verses. There's another verses where as the power
Yeah?
as the power of the amplification diminishes, so too the amplification power diminishes, so you have to keep turning up the verses.
I see.
Goat versus fish.
A somber song. A lot of my songs end up being somber, even though I feel positively and happily about goat versus fish.
Robbie Hamo, goat, 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 goat.
Goat, 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 goat.
So we are now making an illustration of a fish.
Fish.
Fish illustration.
Fish illustration.
Goat. Thank you for this musication of goat versus
Yes. I was inspired literally today. I was like, let's make a song.
So we're going to put that on the backing verses. You do not even have to sing along with it. We are just going to
Yes.
we're just going to back it up.
Back it up.
So we have changed the verses to art. And now we are just going to let them, maybe we'll make some conversation with the chat, but we're just going to let you to illustration about goat and fish.
I love
and
that.
let them calmly enjoy the verses.
Oh, calmly enjoy the verses. We love to calmly enjoy.
We wanted repetition on that verses. We wanted repetition on that verses. Goat versus fish, goat versus fish. Incredible lyrics. Ah, well now we can play. We can play the verses with you singing along with the verses.
Yes.
Goat versus fish, we have a conception.
A conception. Goat versus fish has a conception.
Fish is a fish. It's a cold and healthy dish. But a goat is a goat. No one eats it, not remotely. Fish is a fish. It flops and
Goat versus fish, we prefer a static versus.
Whispering unification. Fish, nasty fish. Smell her in the river. Wish I was a goat, just a goat. Strong and brave, nobody knows I'm a fish, just a fish. Hook me now with your line. I'm a goat today. You drink of me, so keep me healthy.
Larry STS guys, hello, goat versus fish.
But more important than a particular decision is that it happened in a timely fashion.
Fish is a fish. It's a cold and healthy dish. But a goat is a goat. No one eats it, not remotely. Fish is a fish. It flops and floats and whispers to the goat. Yes, the goat. Whispering unification. Fish, nasty fish. Smell her in the river. Wish I was a goat, just a goat. Strong and brave, nobody knows I'm a fish, just a fish. Hook me now with your line. I'm a goat today. You drink of me, so keep me healthy. Fish is a fish. It's a cold and healthy dish. But a goat.
Celebration to all those who join Maddie Mutations and Goat versus Fish. A versus to you, a versus to you.
Remotely, fish is a fish. It flops and floats and whispers to the goat. Yes, the goat. Whispering unification.
fine verses. Look at this verses. They can see you in the verses and illustration.
That's great.
Wish I was a goat, just a goat, strong and brave. Nobody knows I'm a fish, just a fish. Hook me now with your line. I'm a goat today. You drink of me, so keep me healthy.
Healthy goat. A healthy fish. Goat versus fish. As we continue this illustration, Goat versus Fish is going to show you a new goat and fish in the verses, a new goat and fish you have not yet perceived. It's time for a new goat and fish reveal on Goat versus Fish.
Oh my god, a new goat versus fish. I've been waiting years for that.
But a goat is a goat. No one eats it, not remotely. A fish is a fish. It flops and floats and whispers to the goat. Yes, the goat. Whispering unification. Fish, nasty fish. Smell her in the river. Wish I was a goat, just a goat. Strong and brave. Nobody knows I'm a fish, just a fish. Hook me now with your line. I'm a goat today. You drink of me, so keep me healthy.
Goat and fish, goat and fish.
Candles.
Goat and fish.
You've wanted goat versus fish to light up your life. Let a goat versus fish candle light up your room.
We do need goat versus fish candles that have goat versus fish on the verses.
Yeah.
Fish is a fish. It's a cool and healthy dish. But a
Fence-sitter! Fancy, fancy, fence! Black chicken! Fence! There's no black or white!
whispering unification. Fish, nasty fish. Smell her in the river. Wish I was a goat, just a goat. Strong and brave, nobody knows I'm a fish, just a fish. Hook me now with your line. I'm a goat today. You drink of me, so keep me healthy.
Well, the verses is just beginning, Commodore Friday. The verses is just beginning.
We are not properly hammered yet. I don't think one bottle of soju would get, or one half bottle of soju would get me properly hammered, honestly.
Nice fish.
Thank you. I copied this fish.
Copied the fish. Copied the fish.
And then I added a bunch of other fish.
Beautiful fish.
Beautiful fish.
But a goat is a goat. No one eats it, not remotely. Fish is a fish. It flops and floats and whispers to the goat. Yes, the goat. Whispering unification. Fish, nasty fish. Smell her in the river. Wish I was a goat, just a goat. Strong and brave, nobody knows I'm a fish, just a fish. Hook me now with your line. I'm a goat today.
Ah,
Drink of me, so keep
we know the
me
verses.
healthy.
Now we know the verses. What song is this? Kind of catchy. This is a song of Maddie Mutations, who you can follow on Instagram here. And we do recommendation that you occasionally chat in the stream of Goat vs. Fish so that they can follow you
It's me, Maddie Mutations.
on Twitch in case you start to want to living stream.
I'm coming into the chat, folks.
Fish is a fish. It's a cold and healthy dish. But a goat is a goat. No one eats it, not remotely. Fish is a fish. It flops and floats and whispers just a fish. Help me now with your line. I'm a
Lick 'em up, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Lick 'em up is in the chat with Goat vs. Fish.
Lick 'em up.
Lick 'em up is in the chat with Goat vs. Fish. Lick 'em up, are you goat or are you fish? Lick 'em up, beautiful to have you in the verses of Goat vs. Fish. And Moitocycle 15, welcome to Goat vs. Fish.
It's a cold and healthy dish, but a goat is a goat. No one eats it
Wow, Mom subscribes to Goat vs. Fish. Forever Goat vs. Fish! Are you goat or are you fish? Wow, Mom, are you goat or are you fish?
Wow, Mom.
Wow, Mom has been with Goat vs. Fish for 1,000,000 verses.
Whoa.
And has always supported Goat vs. Fish. Wow, Mom, this is our collaboration, Maddie Mutation.
Hi, wow, Mom.
And they are making this illustration of fish. Tell us about this illustration.
Well, you see, it's a fish, and it looks a lot like the necklace that I was wearing. I don't know where it went, but it was a fish as well. And oh my gosh, I'm making it with watercolors. Watercolors, watercolors, watercolors.
And here's Goat.
Here's the fish that I'm basing it off of. Doesn't it look so similar? Oh gosh. And it's all these little fish sitting around the big fish trying to learn how to be a big fish. How do I be a big fish in this small pond, big pond? Depends on where you are. a small pond or a big pond, well, Mom. There's benefits to both. But this fish... Oh! He sees a goat. Oh my gosh. What could we do with this goat and fish? Do they must verse? Do they must verse? This fish flops and floats and whispers to the goat. Yes, the goat. Whispering unification. Mwah! Unification. Mwah!
So this is an illustration and a musication by Maddie Mutations.
That's my voice. We made it today. Strong and brave, nobody knows.
GoatVsFish has shouted out Maddie Mutations. Go and give them a follow on Twitch. Who is to say? Maybe they will join you and play one versus.
Maybe.
Wow Mom with 13 months of GoatVsFish. And Moito Cycle 15, let's get your fish in the verses. And Wow Mom, you have chosen goat. Wow Mom the goat.
Is Wow Mom always goat?
Wow Mom has been goat for a million verses.
Wow.
But we are always pleased to ask, are you goat or fish?
Of course, you gotta ask.
Wow Mom, are you goat or fish?
GoatVsFish.
How about, just for the sake of GoatVsFish, Maddie Mutations, why don't you ask Wow Mom, are you goat or fish?
Wow Mom, I got a question for you. I've been curious for a while. Are you goat or are you fish? Wait, I see the answer. Goat!
Celebration for goat!
Celebration for goat!
And let's get that subscription, a tier 2 subscription, double the verses.
Whoa, tier 2? That's 2 tiers, one from each eye.
5,800 crying on GoatVsFish. Are you crying on GoatVsFish?
Oh,
it's okay to cry. It's okay to cry.
It's okay to cry.
5,000 verse points. That means it's time for another goat. It's time for another goat.
Goat. You mean an illustration of a goat?
It's time for another Magnetron goat.
Magnetron goat.
Nubian goat. Nubian goat. Oh wow, Mom, you want one for goat and one for fish?
Whoa.
Oh, my verses. If you insist.
Smell her in the river. Wish I was a goat, just a goat. Strong and brave, nobody knows I'm a fish.
Generous, this verse is.
Generous, Wow Mom.
Generous, Wow Mom. So generous, this verse is.
Yay! Is Wow Mom a mom, or is it someone saying wow to their mom?
What do you say? Maddie Mutation has questions for Wow Mom the
I have
goat.
questions. I'm
Wow Mom the
questioning.
generous goat.
I've witnessed much violence. I am promoting unification. You are a mom. You're saying wow to yourself.
What happened to Stonks?
Stonks is over. Huh? What happened to Stonks? Oh. Give Stonks some love. Stonks. Stonks is all about the stonks. He cares about the stonks. Those stonks. Everybody wants to care about the stonks.
Fish is a fish. It's a cold and healthy dish.
Wow Mom, very sarcastic goat. Says the wow is sarcastic.
Oh, I see. Sarcasm is so in nowadays. I gotta figure out how to make this fish stand out even more. I think dirty. Let's make dirty.
You would like the stinky goat and the dirty fish?
I do. I like the stinky goat and the dirty fish.
It is a nasty fish.
I think realism, although my art is very surrealist and whimsical, it's fun to put a little realism in there.
Appreciation. Celebration for goat, Uber Kitten. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat.
I'm gonna put this yucky color. Yucky. Nobody likes yucky color. I'm gonna I'm painting goat versus fish. You know, it'd be fun. It'd be fun to paint. You stand somewhere and I paint red around you.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Perhaps on the next verses?
Yes. I could end this versus, or I could start a new one.
Well, it's your verses. Goat versus fish would never tell you how to be. It's a fine fish.
How to be? Well, I could go on this fish for. I could add some more color here. I could add some more color there. Yeah, I think I'll come back to this because sometimes watercolor needs to dry for a sec. I'll let it dry for a second.
But a goat is a goat. No one eats it, not remotely fish.
Now we preparation for a new verses.
A new verses.
Well, Mom says I like the musicians. What the fence?
What the fence? There's shit going on back here.
Well, you can follow Maddie Mutation on Instagram as well. Maddie Mutation just made this verses.
I did, just today. Isn't that crazy? Sometimes you just have a good day and you decide to make a little art.
And perhaps you can post it to your own verses, or you can give it to Goat versus Fish, and we could post it on the YouTube of Goat versus Fish.
Everything, all of the above.
All of the verses.
Let's quickly just take a little gander through all the verses we've gone through.
Let's look at all the verses.
Well, first we had this verse.
We'll go verse. We're going to put on a musication.
Let's put on a musication.
To showcase all the fine verses that we've had so far. Yes?
Also, someone commented on us getting hammered or not. We're not going to get hammered from two little glasses of this. But if Goat versus Fish wishes to inebriate us further, he may.
We shall ponder this. We shall ponder
this.
What kind of celebration shall we have on Goat versus Fish?
What kind?
As you know, as an education to Maddie Mutation.
I need education.
As an education, it is unversable. They can ban you on Twitch for soliciting donations for inebriation. So Goat versus Fish would never ask those watching Goat versus Fish to make a donation to enhance our inebriation. That would be that could get Goat versus Fish fenced off of Twitch, so we could never do such a versus.
We don't want to be fenced off
We could
Twitch.
never do such a versus.
Twitch is a lovely place to be.
We could never solicit donations for inebriation. We just have to drink of our own verses.
We must drink of our own verses, and honestly, drinking of our own verses is lovely.
But of course, you are free to make contributions to Goat versus Fish.
Just in general.
Free to make donations to Goat versus Fish. Let's have a look at these verses.
Oh,
let's
yes.
have a look at these verses. And now let's look at the art of Goat versus Fish on the Goat versus Fish televerses, on the televerses. Welcome to the Home Versus Network, where you two, how much would you be willing to part with? Let's do a little Home Versus Network.
Home Versus Network, we could part with this beautiful illustration. Oh my god, take a look at that goat. Oh, his eyes are ravishing. His fur is delightful. And his legs, they're there. They're not gone. He's got radiant lines coming right off him. And this was genuinely made on a live Twitch stream for your favorite Twitch streamer, Goat versus Fish.
Wow. Tell us, what was going through your ponderings when you made this fine illustration?
Oh my god, what was going through my ponderings? Well, I thought I'd put a tail on him because he loves to wag it. And I thought, I like big horns because I don't want to be fierce in this life. I want to push against my oppressors and have my eyes poking straight out of my head so that I can see what's coming in front of me. What's right over here, folks. I got to see it to hurt it, okay? And got a little gruff, got a little scruff, got a little hair coming right out of my chinny chin. And you can have this sweet illustration made on your favorite show, Goat versus Fish.
Goat versus Fish could imagine paying as much as $1 billion versus American dollars for fine verses like this, but how much could we part with it here?
You could get it sent to your mailbox, your straight up P.O. box, for $20.
20 versus American dollars. Whoa! Amazing verses.
Wow.
Celebration.
20
versus. Now, did we hear you sufficiently? 20 versus American dollars.
That's
for
only
this?
$20.
Celebration. Celebration.
Which sometimes you get a coffee for $10 nowadays. That's 2 coffees. That's 2 special coffees for this actual art. Okay, next up, another one. You know, you get drunk. Everybody gets drunk, unless you don't get drunk.
Let's see what else is in the
And
verses.
fish also get a little tipsy, and they get it tipsy right straight out of a genuine cup of Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. And look at that fish. That fish is drunk. That fish is drunk. That fish is drunk. This fish is drunk, and this fish, that fish is just silly. That fish is not drunk. JK, they're all a little tipsy. That's a bottle of soju. And you could have this on your wall to remind you that fish are always your friends, and fishes drink, and you could be a fish that drinks.
Well, a versus like this.
A versus like this.
Goat versus fish. For a goat, you said it was 20 versus American
Yeah.
dollars. Surely a versus like this could be as many as 50 billion versus
As
American
many as
dollars.
50 billion versus. You're so right, goat versus fish. But I think this one, $20 as well.
No, never! Goat versus fish cannot conceive of a versus so cheap. A versus so cheap. No, you cheapen yourself. You cheapen yourself. Truly 20 versus American dollars.
20 versus American dollars.
Goat versus fish. Oh, you wound goat versus fish. Oh, how you wound yourself. Oh,
I wound
it's
myself.
so inexpensive.
You're literally stealing from me. I chose the price and I say you're literally stealing from me. But I'm probably gonna add some more color on here, so you're gonna get a deal. Blue, just blue? Nah, I'm gonna add some other shit in there, like green, red, yellow. You name the color, I'll paint it in. Anyway, next up on the docket, this one's a fine one. This is probably my favorite one. They just keep getting better and better, honestly. It's the fence sitters. But wait, what are fence sitters? They're just goats and fishes that don't know it yet. We all know that.
Celebration for goat and fish. Celebration for goat and fish.
This one has both, goat and fish. The other one that you just saw, it was just a fish or just a goat. This is both. 2 for the price of 1. And they're on a fence, which, you know, we don't like fences, but...
Are they on the fence or are they behind the fence?
But, okay, that's a good point, but they're on the same side of the fence. So, our
The
goat...
fence can't stop the goat and fish from versing.
Oh, I see. Okay. You know, this is an interpretation. You can interpret whatever you want. You could say they're on the fence. You could say they're on one side versus each other. Either way, this piece of genuine craftsmanship, this actual watercolor masterpiece done on your favorite channel, Goat versus Fish, it's $20.
20 versus American dollars. Oh, my versus. Wait, goat versus fish. That was the same as the last versus.
They're all the same.
They're all the same verses.
All equal.
Celebration.
Yeah.
Bing Bong Jones says, and they're a first-time verser with Goat versus Fish. They say, hello, Goat versus Fish, and my fine celebrational friend, Maddie.
Hi. Hi, Lynn. How you doing?
Welcome to Goat versus Fish. We are so pleased to have you here with Goat versus Fish. We do bring you the collaboration with Maddie Mutation.
Yeah,
Please
yeah.
give a follow to Goat versus Fish. Follow Goat versus Fish.
You
and if
know
you don't
Goat
know how to
versus
follow
Fish.
Goat versus Fish, then we can find a way to help you to do this.
You
Welcome
can
to
do
Goat
it.
versus Fish. You are so pleased. Celebration!
Celebration!
Celebration for Bing Bong Jones, who follows Goat versus Fish, and celebration for Cubs fan 74, who follows Goat versus Fish. A glorious illustration, a glorious illustration.
Glorious. Lynn, if you want this piece of art, I'll cut you a deal, but only privately. But you know, it's $20. That's the
verses.
deal.
And if you want to do that versus, then you just exclamation tip to Goat versus Fish to purchase the verses.
Yeah. Today I feel quite goat. Ooh,
Celebration for goat! Celebration for goat!
Why do you feel goat? Explain it to us, Bing Bong Jones, please. We need to know in detail the concept of your fur, the concept of your horns, your bulging, weird, horizontal shaped eyes, the ones that feel like you're looking into Satan himself. We need to know why you're a goat, and we need to know it now. All right, next up, we got the last piece of art, but
Celebration! Reddle and Thought, welcome back to Goat versus Fish. I have those same tan lines, says Reddle and Thought. We should hit the beach, Goat versus Fish. Maddie Mutations hit the beach with Goat versus Fish. Why don't you tell us about that versus?
Oh my God, there was a versus 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, something like that, where me and Goat versus Fish went to Venice Beach. Woo! Where the sun shines and the people were walking back and forth in front of us because we were busking. That's right. We were playing Goat versus Fish songs. I was handing out stickers, handing out cards. People were discovering Goat versus Fish, and it was a beautiful sight to behold.
Celebration, and look, we've got a subscription. Reddle and Thought with a subscription to Goat versus Fish. Reddle and Thought with a subscription to Goat versus Fish, and a shout out for Reddle and Thought, always a supporter of Goat versus Fish, always a supporter of Goat versus Fish. Always a supporter of Goat vs. Fish. Go and follow that versus. Go and follow that
Wait,
versus.
what did Bing Bong Jones say earlier? She said something up in the chat. I'm sorry. There were fun spells conducted through a cute date? I have invited mischief and Satan's magic into the world through spells tonight. I don't understand what you're saying, but I love it, Bing Bong Jones. Through a cute date? Are you on a date? Showing your date? Goat vs. Fish? Is Goat vs. Fish the best date content ever?
Find love through Goat vs. Fish. We should have a matchmaking versus of Goat vs. Fish. Redland thought Goat, your subscription to Goat vs. Fish has continuation. 600 more verse points for Goat, celebration for Goat. And Cubs fan 75, you just followed Goat vs. Fish. Cubs fan 75, are you Goat or are you Fish? Redland thought subscribes to Goat vs. Fish.
Yeah!
There's the verses. There's the verses.
There's the verses.
There's the verses. Celebration. Redland thought Goat, 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 Goat. 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 Redland thought, we can trust you to tell us about Goat vs. Fish. Redland thought, how is the voice of Maddie Mutation, the voice of Goat vs. Fish, compared to the Musications? We know we can trust you.
Are you asking me?
We are asking Redland thought to tell us how they are perceiving the audio of Goat vs. Fish.
Can you hear me?
Cubs fan 74 declares Goat, knocking it out of the park. Celebration for Goat.
Go, 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 go.
Celebration for Goat.
We love a
Cubs
goat.
fan Goat. We love the goat. We love Goat. We love Fish. And Goat and Fish, a reminder to all Goat and Fish, click the link pinned to the top of the verses. Click the link pinned to the top of the verses. Click the link pinned to the top of the verses, and here in the chat, Goat vs. Fish has a new hit single Musication coming out.
Oh.
Coming out on all Spotify's and Apple Musications and all of those verses. So we want you to save that verses, click the link, pre-save the verses, and if we get a donation contribution up to $96.69, then Goat vs. Fish will preview for you the first 60 seconds of the verses. No, Goat vs. Fish will preview the first 69 seconds of the verses of Goat vs. Fish.
That's a sex number.
69 verses.
Don't Google it. It's really raunchy.
Okay.
You haven't heard the Maddie Mutations Musications, yes. Well, we could go back and play them, the Maddie Mutations Musications ones.
We were playing it a little bit ago. I don't know if I can say it, Bing Bong Jones. I was not told what I can or can't say on this channel, actually. You can also go to my Spotify, click on Maddie Mutations, and I have a silly little EP of a Halloween song.
Goat vs. Fish. Well, how about we play that now?
Oh, sure.
On Goat vs. Fish. We are listening now to the Pandemonium Big Band, but now we're going to listen to Maddie Mutations' spoopy Halloween time Musications.
It's me and my friend Desmond, Lily Desmond, who is a violinist in the band Sloppy Jane.
Well, we don't like the first verses here. It's called I'm a Ghost. Is a ghost a goat or is it a fish?
That's just the popular one. Go to the album itself and then hit the whole thing. But ghost is very similar to the word goat, which is scary.
It is very goat. We are going to share this album with the chat.
Yeah.
So you can follow along and listen to about. 6-year-old says goat as well, if that counts for anything. It counts for 1,000,000 verses!
1,000,000!
Hey, 6-year-old! Celebration for goat! Celebration for goat!
Is that a real 6-year-old?
We appreciate your dedication to goat. You are a strong goat. You are a strong goat, and you can triumph over the fish. You can triumph the fish, but the fish is going to be versing very hard, so you have to become a strong goat. A strong goat, strong of mind, strong of body, and you can be a true fine goat with dedication. We believe in you, goat. We believe in you, goat. Celebration for goat.
Goat.
Celebration for young goat.
Young goat. Is that a real 6-year-old?
Well, some say goat versus fish isn't real, but we implore them to believe goat versus fish.
I think you're real.
Who's a vampire? 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 I need to know.
Yeah.
Who's a vampire? I've got to go. My blood
blood is so fresh. They want to eat me. My blood is so fresh. They want to feed on me. Who's a vampire? 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 Who's a vampire?
They're fun to hang out with. I just need to protect my blood. It's like protecting your energy. For people with lactose intolerance, you just don't give them milk.
Wake up 3 a.m. My back is hurting like a fish.
Hurting like a fish?
Fish.
Ooh, look at this. You've added some illumination to the fish.
I have. Now it's got yellow.
Interesting verses.
Hey, witch, get on the ride.
This piece of art available for $20.
20 versus American dollars.
We're going shopping. Look.
Figure going to the magic shop, picking up a cold crop, filling with something hot like flying punch. Figure 2, lather up, punk show at the bar next door to the moor. Wake up the dead. Figure 3, gotta break 7 hearts, gotta cast 7 curses, gotta stuff 7 dolls all before dawn. 4, 5, 6,
Goat
7,
versus fish.
Hey, witch, get on the ride.
Hey, fish.
Get on the rod. Hey, fish.
Yeah.
Get on the
rod.
rod.
Yeah.
Hey, fish. Get on the rod.
naked in Sephora. Tester glitter on our tits and we gotta warn ya. We're looking good, painting pentagrams on the floor, ya. Summoning a demon in the mall coming for ya. Naked in Sephora. Cops trying to arrest us, bitch, we don't even know ya. We're looking good, painting pentagrams on the floor, ya. Summoning a demon in the mall coming for ya. Naked, coming out of Sephora. Glitter for all of the he-she tits that would wanna decorate themselves as a monarch of the night. Grab your brooms, kids!
We like this verses.
Yeah.
This is a great verses.
It's a great verses. Yeah, good idea.
How come this goat versus fish has a goat versus fish crown?
Oh, they don't know you yet.
This is but
My schedule is full of witchy.
this is but a trifle to goat versus fish.
A trifle.
I've got to look at the moon all night. Oh, I've got to find that
As a matter of verses,
Oh my gosh! Ah! I have the crown. Whoa! It's been knighted by the goat fish.
make some noise for a goat versus fish!
Yeah, it's me. I'm Goat versus Fish. Oh, I play guitar and I think about Goat versus Fish. Tell me which one you are. It's me, Maddie Mutations. I've mutated into Goat versus Fish. Oh, blah blah blah. Oh, blah 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 blah. Tell me what you are.
Wow, that sounds exactly like goat versus fish.
it's the only thing I get anything.
I'm a performance artist. Yeah.
Oh, we've heard of those.
We've heard of those. I perform and I'm art. I'm the art. It's me. I exemplify art. Yeah, I'm art. Thunderbolts and lightning. Very, very frightening.
Cubs fan 74 appreciation for your applause for goat versus fish.
Heavy is the crown. I feel the goat and the fish in my head. This is harder than it looks, guys. Goat versus fish has got a lot of weight right up here. Are you versing me? I'm the fish and goat's trying to verse me. Ah! I'm scared. I'm just an illustration of a fish, but you're a three-dimensional goat. Oh no. Oh jeez.
Goat in 3 dimensions.
Goat in 3 dimensions.
I can perceive goat versus fish in ways of which you can only dream.
Oh my god.
You will never see fish again.
No.
I will block your view of fish forever, for I am a goat in the 3rd dimension.
Nobody knows that nobody knows. Right into my core and my cells explode. My cells to explode, my cells to explode. Dripping from my eyes like nobody knows.
I'm bored. I have better, more 3-dimensional places to be.
Good, get
Stupid,
out of here.
2-dimensional fish.
Get out of here. I'm 2-dimensional. I can't even move very well. That was so scary. I just can't imagine even talking to a 3-dimensional creature, and I just did.
It's time for the banning of Old Dog 696.
Oh, is Old Dog being bad?
It's finally time to ban Old Dog 696.
Bad
It's
Old
almost
Dog.
as if they have nothing to say to Goat versus Fish of any interest. Oh, my verses. See you next verses.
Bye.
Celebration.
Bye, Old Dog.
In the disposables. She jumped into the trash.
They didn't know they were gonna get banned today. Sometimes you don't know you're gonna get banned today.
They do
you know?
not know. We tried to have patience with them, but they just didn't want to contribution to Goat versus Fish. Old Yellard says Bigabong Baggies. Is that some sort of story of a goat or a fish that got fenced at the last verses?
Huh. So I guess Old Geller's a dog that got something bad happened to that dog.
Redolent Thought says, okay, time for this little goat, a kid if you will, to get her butt to bed. Thanks for making her smile a bunch. Yes!
Yay.
And if you wish to continue smiling with Goat versus Fish. Oh, but wait a versus. Wait! We have a song to sing.
We have a song to sing.
And you say to check your phone, Goat versus Fish. We shall, but after we sing a song, a final song for the small goat, we need to sing a small song for Goat.
Bah.
A small song for Goat.
Bah.
We need to sing a small song for Goat as you go to sleep.
As you go to sleep.
This is the song of going to sleep.
Aw.
Go to sleep, 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 go to sleep. Goat versus Fish. Okay, we'll see you next verses.
Adios. That was good. That was nice. It's a good, kind lullaby right there.
Dumpster Fire Games is sleeping now.
Wow, good. I'm glad. It's hard to get to sleep sometimes.
Appreciation. Redolent Thought, Goat and Fish. Redolent Thought!
Yeah!
Redolent Thought, Goat and Fish.
Wow.
Redolent Thought, Goat and Fish.
Redolent Thought.
Dumpster Fire Games. Are you goat or are you fish?
Tell us, please. I've been dreaming about it. I've been wondering.
Redolent Thought, welcome back to Goat versus Fish.
I desire
Redolent
knowledge.
Thought, we know Redolent Thought is goat, but Dumpster Fire Games, are you goat or fish?
Ah.
Billabong Baggies, welcome back to Goat versus Fish. Mr. Uptown, the Sleepy, are you goat or are you fish? Dumpster Fire Games is the mighty fish!
Ah, blub, 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 blub. That's
the mighty fish! Dumpster fire games is the mighty fish.
Yeah. The demon in me. I see someone
10 fish. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10 fish.
I don't know how to look like
10 fish. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s.
Counting.
10s goats. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s goats. 10 goats and 10 fish. And now we have to check the phone of goat versus fish.
Sitting in this bed alone, I feel a cold breeze rising.
Sunfish! Make some noise for the sunfish. Bye bye, Redland Thought. We'll see you next verses. Sunfish. And this little horned baby goat. Horned baby goat.
I hear a voice inside.
And Mr. Uptown goes goat. Mr. Uptown goes goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. The phone of goat versus fish. The phone of goat versus fish. Redland Thought says to check the phone of goat versus fish. Oh, what a nice verses! Ooh, it's a look at this verses.
Aw.
It's Redland Thought and a kid, and they're watching goat versus
Oh, that's
fish.
great.
What a nice
Aw,
verses.
that's so cute.
And look,
They're looking.
it's Maddie Mutation
It's
celebration. Celebration.
Wait, I'm drawing around you.
Oh my! Oh!
Sorry.
You want to go versus? Should we start the
If you want.
start the verses? Well, we need to show them let's start a new verses.
Okay.
Reverse the verses. Reverse the verses.
This is goat versus fish.
Reverse the verses. Reverse the
Immaculate aura.
verses. Reverse the verses. And if we're going truly to trace goat
Yes,
versus
of course. You gotta have all of them.
let's get the
Yeah. I'm decrowned. Okay, wait. New, fresh.
fresh verses. Fresh verses of goat versus fish. And now for the immaculate order of goat versus fish.
Wow, this is going to be great.
Before it gets to you too. I'm the demon
Wow. Okay, let me color it. What is your aura? Like, what color are you?
Let's find out.
Let's find out.
Versus. Super Saiyajin goat versus fish.
Yeah, Super Saiyan. Crazy.
Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. The power of goat versus fish.
Wow, that's so crazy. think you told me your favorite color is red.
You think a lot of things about Goat vs. Fish.
Because my favorite color is red. I feel like I remember being like, oh, we have the same favorite color. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
Goat vs. Fish, Goat vs. Goat Fisher 2 Turbo Championship Never Fence Edition. Yes, that's one of our favorite verses.
Wow, fucking crazy. It's getting crazy over here.
You for listening. Thank you for your time. Thank you from all the ghouls and goblins in our brains. And thank you for sharing with us. You heard from Spooky the Cat. You heard from Witches.
The power of Goat vs. Fish! The power of Goat vs. Fish! The power of Goat vs. Fish! The undefeatable Goat vs. Fish! The uncrushable Goat vs. Fish! Yes!
It's pretty great. It's pretty wild. Fuck.
Or maybe it's not.
And now, Goat vs. Fish. Bring it closer to the verses. Yes, you hold the whole verses. No, you hold it and you bring it closer.
I'm fucking up. I'm fucking up. I'm fucking up.
Now let's reverse the verses.
Okay.
You draw an aura of Goat vs. Fish,
And
then
then you
Goat
come
vs. Fish
in?
has to enter the verses.
Okay. Oh, I got some previous friends on this page. What are these creatures behind us?
So that we had just finished listening to the Maddie Mutations. The Maddie Mutations.
It was called Everything is a Halloween album because everything is scary. That's the title. Okay, now I'm gonna try. How can I thwart you with creating a strange aura that is difficult for you to put yourself into?
Well, you're the one who's making the verses.
I'm gonna
do. Tell Goat vs. Fish.
This is like it's like a Japanese game show where they have cutouts of figures and they gotta get in there. It's a little big. So what if I make it a little smaller for you?
Okay, Goat vs. Fish. So this is the verses.
Yeah. Wow, it's almost there. Yeah. A little smaller. Yeah. Yeah.
Celebration! Celebration! That's a fun versus. Let's do another.
It is, yeah, totally.
Let's do another versus. Celebration for Goat vs. Fish. Can Goat vs. Fish enter the verses?
Okay,
Some Survivor Game Celebration, the evolution of Goat vs. Fish. That's somewhere in the middle. This is a collaboration with Goat vs. Fish. This is a collaboration with Goat vs. Fish. Oh, my verses.
It's maybe too wide of a stance.
Let's bring it, make it bigger for Goat vs. Fish, please. Yes. 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 And then. Oh, my verses.
Oh, wait a minute, it's way too wide. You're gonna. It's too wide.
By the power of goat versus fish.
It's too wide. It's pretty close. Maybe a little smaller. Yeah, there we go. If I make it small. Yeah, yeah.
Celebration! Wow, a perfect versus. A perfect versus.
Perfect versus. Goat
Perfect
versus
versus.
stretch. For Claft.
Celebration, stretchy fish.
Stretchy fish. What are, I'm discovering all these things in my sketchbook. What is this? It's a previous prop list and prices for a job I was on. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun?
Versus fish. Information.
Information. Maddie history. I sometimes am a production
13
designer.
versus American. Prop. 53.59. Prop. 7.65. Prop. 15.32. Prop. 15.32. Say it with goat versus fish. Prop.
Prop.
38.94.
Prop.
146.46. Prop. 22.64. Prop. 36.12. Prop. Wait a versus.
And a delicious game.
Wait, this is totally something that I would do.
Yeah, it's true.
I can,
Stomp?
Maddie Mutations, I can totally assist you. I can assist you in your accounting.
Stonks.
108.61. Prop.
Prop.
10.24. Prop. 24.50. Prop. 29.54. Prop. 14.22. Prop. 42.95. Prop. 15.37. Prop. 415.32.
What was that?
Now, has there been some kind of accounting error? Maddie Mutations, how do you account for such a large expense?
I think it was a clump of items together. I hope.
Oh, can we get these itemized, Maddie Mutations?
That's the itemization on the paper right there.
16.53. Prop. 146.94. Office! Yay! Oh, yeah, I like the office. That's where I work. I do my best work at the office. 23.35. We're doing the whole thing. Office! I'm very thorough. 21.89. Office! 20.68. Office! 9.84. Office! 21.89. Office! 38.87. Office! 26.27. Masks!
Masks?
I thought a mask was just a prop.
Maybe.
Maybe. You don't sound... how am I gonna clean this? This isn't even double entry. This isn't even double entry accounting. Where's your credit? We need a credit and a debit.
I'm very unofficial. I need a stockbroker like you to help me.
16.53. Goggles. You couldn't afford me, baby.
Goggles. I couldn't afford you.
93.71. Outdoor protection. Parentheses.
Outdoor?
Butt stuff. Wait, bug stuff. Sorry. Sorry, I misread that one. Stop. That one was free. That one was free.
Thank you so much, Stonks. Thank you. You helped me so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Yes. Yes, crumble the paper. It's of the past.
Maybe you could make an illustration upon it.
Yeah, 100%.
Props versus offices and false versus.
This is how you make art out of finance.
So GoatVsFish, what do you think of the What do you think of the totally cut up goat versus fish? We thought let's just get cut with goat versus
Let's
fish.
take a look at these guns over here, okay? We took off his sleeves. We said, let's get those guns out. No more sleeves. This is an official goat versus fish gun shirt. Show the guns off. Yeah, he's been working out. Yeah, maybe there's a gym involved or something. I don't know.
Is Jim goat or fish?
Is Jim goat or fish?
Is Jim goat or fish? Is it goat or is it fish? It's a goat or fish. So let's look at this. Let's look at this versus. Wow.
Yeah, that's called art right there.
Wow.
Wow.
It's almost as if you're just doing whatever the fence you want.
I am. I said I'm looking out the fence, and I like both worlds. I'm just on the fence saying, maybe I put it on this, maybe I put it on that. I'm just
Wait,
ruminating.
we thought that you were a fish.
Well, I'm just like giving you the idea of what a fence sitter would act like, just so you can like talk
as a
to a
versus
fence
illustration.
sitter. As a versus of illustration. I was doing that before in the stream too. I am not a fence sitter technically.
Think goat versus fish. Goat. Goat. Fish. The power of goat versus fish.
I came ready for this actually.
Ooh, goat versus fish. Watch this versus.
Watch this versus. Yeah.
Ah, goat versus fish. Ooh, well, verse we show you this versus. Watch this versus. Watch this versus.
Watching.
Watch the versus. Watch goat versus fish.
Uh-huh. Wow, yeah. Ooh. Let's all ooh and ah in the chat. Ooh, ah. Wow. Art like changes into other art when you like do stuff with it. Am I right, folks? Oh my god. Wow. The fence takes over. Oh, a little circle, a little diamond. Interesting. Oh, we see a little bit of goat and a fish in there now too. Ooh, yeah, we love that, the Uber kitten. Ooh, we got some oohs in the chat. Ooh, ah. It's just so quiet. Just quietly listening to paper rustling. Oh. Oh my gosh, I've never seen the aura of goat versus fish before. Oh my god, that goes. Oh wow. Yeah, that's goat versus fish, but with a mushy type of vibe. Wow. Oh, different shapes. When you look at goat versus fish up close and duplicate him 4 times and rotate him around, he becomes a Rorschach test.
Is it goat or is it fish?
Oh, actually, that's a goat. That's
You
a
say
goat.
that's goat.
That's goat.
But it could be a fish facing you.
Yeah, it could be a fish facing me. You know, it's hard to tell nowadays. What's a goat or a fish?
It is. We did not say it would be easy to tell, but that's
No.
why it's such a critical versus.
It's a critical versus.
That's why it's such a
folks.
critical versus.
You gotta sound off in the chat. What's goat? What's fish? Oh, ah.
Now that's a fun versus because there's some screen green effect happening on goat versus fish, so we can see your illustration behind goat versus fish.
That's crazy. This is an art experience overall. I'm being very inspired today by a combination of technology and friendship.
Friendship is versus.
Friendship is
My little
versus.
fancy. Friendship is versus.
My little fancy, my little wow. Ooh, we got some goat squiggles coming in hot today. Yeah, look at those goat squiggles. Wow. la la. That's crazy. Oh my god.
It's the very rectangular eye of the goat.
Oh, with some little squiggles all around, some little pokies. Goat's eyes. Ooh, that's a goat eye right there. Yeah. Reveal. Celebration. Celebration for fish. 100 bits.
Celebration for fish. Celebrate it. Fish, 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 fish.
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 Celebration for fish. We love to celebrate the fish. Here at Goat vs. Fish, we are equal opportunities celebration for goat and celebration for fish.
So here's another versus. So we could easily do goat versus fish.
Yeah?
Goat versus fish ASMR. Watch this versus.
Oh, yeah.
Time for a goat versus fish ASMR stream. Time for a goat versus fish ASMR stream.
Loud ASMR.
ASMR.
ASMR. I'm a pirate.
And now, watch this versus. So we take goat versus fish. We take goat versus fish.
Take goat versus fish.
Oh, you can leave your versus.
I will whisper into the verses. I've got a beautiful little toothbrush here, and I'm gonna scrape it right against the paper. Yeah, I'm gonna scrape it right against the paper, and you're gonna see me scrape, and then really violence versus goat versus fish. Oh, we hate when the goat gets so violent against the fish. Let's dab into the little paint, and then we come with fresh paint on our toothbrush, and then we go scrape. Hard scrapes. Several hard scrapes. We go. Imagine I'm brushing the top of a goat's mane. The top of a goat's mane is getting scraped. That would be the sound. A goat's fur is very coarse. Coarse goat's fur. Yeah, it's very good. Okay, and this is what it would be like if I had a fish near me and I wanted to push a toothbrush underneath a scale. That's underneath the scale of a fish. I gotta get in there. Gotta clean it out. You can't hear, but the fish is screaming. It hurts. There's no anesthesia for fish. Fish. Yes. Yes. Yes, little goat. So good, little goat. Do you like this? Circles. More liquid. Time to get more paint. Yes.
Wait. Once more.
Once more. The paint now. Okay. And now we go back with very wet brush. Are we liking this chat? Is this calming you to the point where you're not talking because it's just so calming you just can't?
Goat versus fish can be boring too.
Just like close your eyes, chat, and just like just pretend you're a goat. I know you might be a fish, but just pretend we're just like brushing your hair. Nice goats get their hair
We think
brushed.
that if goat versus fish is to continue this versus, we do need some inebriation. Goat versus fish. Oh, my versus. Oh, my versus.
Let's get crunked. Well, we tried our hand at ASMR, and you know what? I had fun, and that's the important thing. Sounds like the last floppy grasp of a vanquished fish. Oh, the gasps. Yes, it does sound like the last floppy gasps of a vanquished fish. You're so right, redolent thought. Is that a redolent thought? I'd like to see a fish. I'd like to see a fish, but not the last gasps of a fish. Oh no. Yeah. Boink, boink, boink. Boink, boink, boink. that we have this beautiful conceptual splatter, I think sometimes you start with the color and then you put the ink on. So I think now it's time to put the ink on this. Even though it's still wet, and that might not be the right choice because this ink might bleed. Goat vs. Fish is left the building. But wait. Oh, little goats. Bah, bah. I'm in the ocean. I'm floating through the ocean right here. I'm just a little goat and I am not to fear. I don't want to be feared. I'm a goat, and I'm going through the ocean. Blub, blub, blub. I'm not a fish, but I'm swimming. What would it look like if a goat was in the ocean? Yeah. Inebriation. The little goat is in the ocean. I hope he's okay. The little goat is in the ocean. I hope he's not dismayed. Got big ol' eyes and a big ol' face. Big ol' eyes and a big ol' face. He's pondering his place in the universe. He's pondering his place in the verses. He's just a little goat. Just a little goat.
Work in 1984. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish.
Welcome. Billy Goat Ocean. It's a goat. That's a goat today. Let's draw another goat. There's many. They're going to the ocean today. A goat by any other name would bleat as loud. A goat by any other name would bleat as proud. A goat by any other name would bleat as loud. A goat by any other name would bleat as loud. Some goats are blah, blah. Some goats are here, some goats are there. Some goats like to show their derriere.
It's a true versus.
That's a true versus right there. Some goats are like, here's my butt. That's what a derriere is, folks.
Some fish are like that too.
You're so right.
Some fish like to talk about their butts. Some fish we know.
Me?
Goat vs. Fish didn't say it was you, fish.
Well, I do have a musical that's technically very butt-centric. And it's a musical I made myself about my own butt. You know, you saw.
Fish butts. Fish butts, fish butts.
Have you ever, do people eat fish butts?
Well, you're a fish. You tell Goat vs. Fish.
My people don't spread our secrets.
Secret fish. Secret fish. Secret fish. You ask coyly?
Yeah.
As if you don't know the verses yourself?
I don't want people to know that fish butts are a delicacy because then we'll be chopped up way more often. Sardine butts are not discarded? Oh my god. That's true. If you're eating a sardine, I've eaten the whole thing.
Okay. Time to join Goat vs. Fish. Come join Goat vs. Fish.
I'm coming over there with my derriere, picking my butt up, coming over there, getting my butt up, coming over there. I think you got some alcohol. I think you got it big and tall.
Goat vs. Fish. It's a nice, cool, refreshing Goat vs. Fish. This versus goes out to Redland Thought, to Work in 1984, to Toxic, to Faded, to all who support Goat vs. Fish, to all here are here with Goat vs. Fish, and to Maddie Mutations, our glorious collaboration here with Goat vs. Fish. This stream of collaboration of Goat vs. Fish would not be the versus without the arts of Maddie Mutation. So let's give a celebration and an inebriation for Maddie Mutation in collaboration with GoatVsFish. Celebration!
Celebration! Yeah! Ah, delicious.
Crisp,
La, la, la,
refreshing.
la.
Goat versus fish.
Goat versus fish.
Party versus.
Party versus.
Party versus. Now you can just. Ooh, you could invitation someone else to join GoatVsFish. We could plug them into GoatVsFish. We could just have a wild triple versus.
What?
Party with GoatVsFish.
What does that mean? How do I invitation someone to come into Goat versus Fish?
You say, hey, what? Want to be part of GoatVsFish?
Hey,
and then
wanna-
they just join the versus, and then we take this versus.
Whoa.
And then they can just speak to Goat. They can speak to them, and
Wow.
we can just, the verses can grow forever.
Verses can grow
now
forever.
It is just with fish and with GoatVsFish. But imagine there was 1 million here with GoatVsFish.
Imagine. Do you mean another day I bring another person? Or you mean on the chat?
At any verses, we could get 3 now. Now we have 2 on GoatVsFish. Perhaps we should have 3 on GoatVsFish.
Yeah.
It would be an amazing celebration.
Let's get this room filled. What's your Goat versus Fish wish, chat?
But
what
all
do you
you
wanna
need
see?
to have a celebration is a goat and a fish. And here
It's
we have epic
true.
verses. Goat and fish. Speaking of crafty verses, this fish, and we're going to get the goat. Speaking of goat,
Oh yes. Some crocheted beauty.
these verses were creation by Wow Mom.
Oh my gosh, wow,
Mom
Mom.
made these goat and fish.
Aw.
To GoatVsFish.
That's beautiful.
When GoatVsFish went on to America's Got Talents, Wow Mom creation these goat and fish to support GoatVsFish.
Wow.
Polska Dot says, I wish for Maddie to come back to GoatVsFish.
Yes.
Celebration! We have a pondering that Maddie may return to GoatVsFish again.
Yes.
This is our second versus. Last versus we went to Venice Beach.
That one we didn't put on live stream because we're out in the wild. You had to find us.
So you have been versing there for so long, but now you can also let's just chatting with GoatVsFish.
Let's just chatting with Goat versus Fish. Goat
So
versus Fish.
let's go to this versus. Have a look at this versus. So now we can be in the verses like this, and they can see themselves speaking to
Whoa.
GoatVsFish. You see,
If you chat, and you see you chat. You can read your own words.
that's the verses. That's the verses. Hello, GoatVsFish. I can see myself. Hi, me. They love to see
They
themselves.
love to see themselves. We all love to see ourselves, don't we? Aren't we just people who love to think about if we are goat or we are fish? That's you seeing yourself, but in a different context. You know what I mean? When I say I am fish, I'm just looking at myself, but in a different way. Flopping through the oceans over here, climbing the mountains over here.
Where do you want to be? GoatVsFish can take you all across the universe.
With Goat versus Fish, you can go anywhere you want.
You can go to space. Do you wish to go to space?
That's up there.
What do you say to go?
Space is up there.
Oh, we thought you said something fancy to GoatVsFish.
What do you mean?
Well, GoatVsFish would not
You
even
think
know
I'd
what
be?
you meant.
You
We
think
thought
if I rude?
GoatVsFish. Let's go to space.
Wow, Polksadots, you do look so silly.
Burn.
Whoa! Space!
Space versus. And now we can do this versus. We can say, watch this, GoatVsFish. Space. Space. Space versus.
Getting drunk in space. We're not getting drunk. We're getting
Space versus.
Space!
Space versus. Oh, you wish a perception? Perception. Let's do it. We haven't done a perception on GoatVsFish for a long versus.
What's a perception?
Let's do a perception on GoatVsFish.
Whoa. Jeez. Gosh. Jeez. Oh gosh, oh jeez, something's going on here, folks. Oh jeez, gosh, jeez, oh jeez, oh gosh, jeez, oh gosh, it's just multiplying. Oh no, it's multiplying it forever. It's a perception. It's a perception. Stop! How thick will it go? When do we know where our edges are anymore? How
versus fish! Goat versus fish! Celebration! Celebration! Be gone, fence creature! Fence creature! Fence creature!
A rocket to the sky! A rocket to the sky! A rocket to the sky! Whoa, I'm really close, and then I'm really far away. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. Oh my god. Whoa. Oh, Gabe. 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 Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ooh, thanks, Polka Dots. I remind you of Abby and Alana from Broad City Combined in one person. That's what I'm talking about. Person. That's my goal. 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 We should do this. Just do that every 30 minutes. We should do this. Just do that every 30 minutes.
The whole verses.
Whole verses.
But the verses, it continues.
Whole
Now watch this.
verses.
But the verses,
Whoa.
it continues. Watch this. Watch this. Now Goat versus fish.
Goat versus fish now. Now Goat versus fish. Have you thought about Goat versus fish? Now Goat versus fish. Have you thought about
watch
Goat
this.
versus
Goat
fish?
versus fish.
Have you thought about
watch
Goat
this.
versus
Goat
fish?
versus fish.
Have you thought about
watch
Goat
this.
versus fish?
Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish.
Oh no.
Goat
versus fish.
no.
Goat versus fish. 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 Strange giggles. Strange giggles. Strange giggles. Strange giggles. Strange giggles. Strange
And up and up and up and up and up again. 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 Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish.
There's a fish.
Goat versus fish.
There's a fish.
Goat versus fish.
Get through the waves.
Goat versus fish.
Get through the waves.
This is a perception. This is a perception. This is a perception of goat versus fish. 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 Number 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 fish.
My cat friend got tingled. My cat friend got tingled. My cat friend got tingled. My cat
classic versus.
A classic crazy versus.
Work in 1984 celebration. It's the final versus. So go to fish. Oh, what of this? What of this?
Oh, it's my head. What happened to my head?
That's a fun
What
versus.
happened to my head? Oh my gosh, what happened to my head? Oh, fuck. I don't think where'd my head go? Hey, isn't that fun, guys? Where'd my head go? Oh!
Where's fish? Where's fish?
Where's fish?
Where's fish?
Oh, shit.
Oh, there's the fish. Oh, where's the fish?
Am I not supposed to curse? You didn't tell me.
How would you even do such a versus?
Yeah, how would I curse?
So goat and fish. So that's just chatting with goat versus
That's
fish.
just chatting, guys. That's just chatting over here.
That's just chatting with goat versus fish. Where's my head, man? Versus Quacks. Welcome back to Goat versus Fish. Quacks, are you goat? Or are you fish? Quacks, are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Now, goat versus fish, we have currently in the verses, we have 18 out of 96. So we think we can play you perhaps two seconds? 2 seconds of the upcoming single release of Goat versus Fish. Quacks, are you goat or are you fish? Celebration for fish. Quacks goes fish. Quacks goes fish. Oh, look at the fish. Look at the fish back there. Big fish. Big fish, keep on versing. Some fish words are hook and net, says Polska Dot. So we're going to preview the first 3 seconds of the new upcoming hit single of Goat vs. Fish. The more you donation, exclamation tip, you could hear a preview of the upcoming hit single of Goat vs. Fish, but because we have 818, we're going to play just the briefest verses of preview. It goes like this. It goes little verses. The preview goes little verses like this. Okay, that's the preview of Goat vs. Fish. Celebration.
No, we want more.
If you want more of a preview of the upcoming single of Goat vs. Fish, exclamation tip to Goat vs. Fish, exclamation tip to Goat vs. Fish.
You gotta tip. We want to hear it.
Want to hear more Goat vs. Fish?
If I was in the chat, I'd be tipping.
Cryptid51, are you goat or are you fish? So back to illustration, if you wish. You seem to gravitation towards this place.
You put it on the back, so I thought I'd come back here.
You may if you wish. You may do whatever you wish.
I may do whatever I wish. A fish does what they wish.
Well, while you do this, Goat vs. Fish will reveal.
Revelation?
We will reveal some more goat and fish from out of the verses. We'll reveal some more goat and fish from out of the verses.
What does that mean?
What does that mean to Goat vs.
So
Fish?
excited.
As if this is your first verses. As if this is your first.
It's maybe my 10th verses.
10th verses. How much more do you know about Goat vs. Fish than your first verses of Goat vs. Fish?
Quite a lot. I know to expect the unexpected. Kirby's Dream Course. Corbo's Dream Course.
So let's go into the Goat and Fish and reveal some Goat and Fish because...
Oh, I see.
Because Goat vs. Fish...
I haven't seen this on your stream yet. I'm just commentary on the sides. I'm just being damn, look at that. There's a bag. And you got some stuff in the bag. What's it gonna be? Goat or fish?
And it's Fence Sitter!
Oh! What is
Goat
that?
vs. Fish. This Fence Sitter used to be on Goat vs. Fish all the verses.
It's an elephant. Wow! It's got a pacifier. It's for babies.
All my verses, Goat vs. Fish, that reminds Goat vs. Fish. Reminds Goat vs. Fish of a verses. So Goat vs. Fish wants to do a verses like this. Or join Goat vs. Fish.
Joining Goat vs. Fish.
So it would be a verses like this.
Oh shit.
It would be a verses like this. So Goat vs. Fish. We will tell you. Let us tell you the poor verses of this little fence sitter. The poor verses of this little fence sitter. Once Goat vs. Fish was walking in Santa Monica where the land meets the sea, and there just resting on the pavement was this poor, pitiable, discarded fence creature. And this fence creature doesn't have a verses of its own. This poor fence creature doesn't have a verses of its own. Won't you help Goat vs. Fish and Maddie Mutations find a verses for this poor, pitiable fence creature for just a small contribution of 50 versus American dollars of tipping to Goat vs. Fish? Whoa. Goat vs. Fish will send this fence sitter to you so this fence sitter can have a verses of their own, so it can versus the goat or it can versus the fish. This poor fence sitter needs a verses, and for 50 versus American dollars, Goat vs. Fish will send to you this fence sitter that we found on the ground somewhere, and we'll just send it to you.
We know you want to give it a home.
And you can home this poor, pitiable, disgusting, wretched fence creature, and you can feel oh so great about yourself.
It's surprisingly clean for being a pitiable fence sitter that's sat on the ground waiting to go on one side of the fence or the other. But you can choose the side of the fence it goes on. It's just a baby. It doesn't know what side it should go on. It has no brains yet, but you could choose for it because you got brains. And you can buy it, and you could take it to your home, and you live on a side.
We're not buying. We're supporting the reversing of the pitiable fence creature.
You are donating.
They're sponsoring the
sponsoring.
fence creature so that we send the fence creature to them so it can have its own verses. They do not buy. They're not buying this fence
I was
creature.
just joking.
They're rehoming the poor pitiable fence creature that needs a verses. It so desperately needs a verses.
So desperately.
It could be you. Look at it. Looking at it. It's looking at
Look
you.
into those little spectacles.
For just 50. For just 50. For just a tip of 50 versus American dollars. Goat versus Fish will send this fence creature to its brand new verses. It's brand new verses, and every verses you can look at.
This is what the elephant sounds like. It's
Oh,
crying.
you want
it
the
wants
verses
it.
of your own, don't you? You want the verses of your own, don't you? Don't you? Don't you? So yes, you do a whole verses where you go to thrifty places and you find poor pitiable fence
No,
creatures.
you didn't go to 50
and-
place. You went and found it on the side of the road.
Of course, yes. And then you acquire them, and then you just try to
Please.
to beg. We're begging the goat and fish. Please look at the desperation. Look at the desperation.
No one's taking this poor little fence sitter on their side. You need
Waxes,
to.
maybe if it came out of a treasure. If you get 50 versus American dollars, then it will come out of a treasure chest for you. That's a promise of goat versus fish.
Promise.
So that's a versus. It's dying. It will only die if we don't find it a versus.
It's dying.
Dr. Chocolate with 19 for goat versus fish. Dr. Chocolate with a 19 radiation for goat versus fish. And they say clown penis raid to goat versus fish. Wow, that sounds funny to goat versus fish.
That's an interesting sentence.
Dr. Chocolate, welcome to Goat versus Fish. Dr. Chocolate, perhaps it is you, perhaps it is Ross Vanderage. This poor pitiable fence sitter just needs a verses of its own, just needs a verses of its own. Team Fish! Team Fish! 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, fish. Oh, will you do the verses and please illustration the fish on the verses?
Illustration the fish.
We'll have Maddie Mutations. Oh, just hold the verses. It's your verses
It's
now.
my verses.
Redland thought Goat versus Fish, the after fence. I cannot comprehension QVC fenciness. It's not QVC. We are trying to reverses this fence sitter.
Reverses. It's like reverse. You know what I mean?
It is that poor orphan fence creature that needs a home. In the form of a verses of Goat versus Fish that you provide it
Needs a home.
by paying us the verse American dollars to send it to you.
Yeah, you're not paying us.
This isn't just any piece of fence. It has a story. It has a heart. It has
a story.
It has a desire to be a goat or a fish.
It's a little elephant, and it's not an elephant anymore because it wants to be a goat or a fish, and
Damn
you
it,
can
Bobby.
make it.
Are you goat or are you fish? Celebration for fish. Tiffy Twirls declared fish. Get one more fish on the verses. One more fish on the verses.
Fish on the verses. Get out of
One
here,
more
you
fish.
magnet fish.
One more fish in the verses. One more fish in the verses.
Here we go.
Celebration. Damn it, Bobby. Are you goat or are you fish?
Fish OP.
Fish OP. Dr. Chocolate goes fish. So now Dr. Chocolate, because Dr. Chocolate radiation 19. That means we add 1,900 points to the fish.
That's some math.
Calculation.
1,909, 10, 11.
Well, first
So this
verse is
is
just
10.
imagine adding 2,000 to the fish, but then 100 less.
4, and then now it's 3. So 4,000.
Just imagine adding 2,000 to the
I
verses.
can't do a math problem.
Just
on
imagine
stream.
adding 2,000 to the verses.
I can't do this math problem.
Just imagination.
Help me, chat.
Just imagine.
I'm a dum-dum. I'm a feminist, but I'm a dum-dum. If you were here earlier in the chat, the feminism joke.
1,900 for the fish. 1,900 for fish.
Definitely 4.
Maddie.
I'm gonna get it wrong.
Maddie.
Hey, I'm an artist. I'm not a mathematician, okay? I know you can be both. So there's definitely 4.
Versus.
And I think this is a 3. Maybe it's
Well,
a
it
1.
was this versus.
Yeah, it's 2 before. Okay, so.
But now it is.
1, 9, and then the 9 became. This is not fun. This is probably not fun for the chat to watch me do this.
Carry
Yeah,
the
I
fence.
have fish brain.
Oh, they love to. Let us tell you a secret about the extremes.
You like to watch me
They
suffer?
love to watch you suffer.
Watch me suffer. Math, feminism versus calculator? Yeah.
4126.
Thank you. I knew that. That's what I was gonna guess. Anyway.
Celebration! Well, is 6 afraid of 7? Well, is 6 the goat or is 7 the goat? Which one is the fish?
Which
one
one's
is the
fish?
goat?
Which one's the goat?
Dr. Chocolate with a radiation.
Bah.
Dr. Chocolate with a let's make Dr. Chocolate feel welcome to Goat versus Fish. Let's make Dr. Chocolate feel welcome to Goat vs. Fish.
Dr. Chocolate.
Let's make Dr. Chocolate feel welcome to Goat vs. Fish. So now we just search for verses like this. Beautiful verses. Beautiful, beautiful verses. Beautiful verses. And Goat vs. Fish. And then we find the verses and wow!
Whoa! That was so quick.
Celebration!
How did you do that? So quick. Chocolate came out of nowhere. That chocolate's holy. That chocolate's got weird holes in it. Anybody else just disturbed by the holes in that chocolate? Ooh.
Celebration!
It's a hard one to fathom.
1, 2, 3, 4. Celebration for following Goat vs. Fish. Celebration for following Goat vs. Fish.
Chocolate on top of.
Celebration, celebration.
Whoa.
Celebration. So no one wants to buy this stupid fence sitter.
No, the fence sitter. Oh, someone must buy it. It's so precious and delightful. Look at its eyes. They're just little pinpoints in space.
Who has an offering? Who has an offering? Who has an offering
Any
of
amount
support? Who has an offering to support this fence sitter in its dire verses? Who will make a donation contribution for reversing this fence sitter? Please, please, please! It's so desperation. Don't do it for Goat vs. Fish. He is cute, but I'm a broke versus. No one's more broken than this fence sitter. What could possibly be more broken than this poor pitiful fence creature?
If you don't want to do $50, say another number. Just say another number.
How many babies have put in their mouth? No one is to say.
And you know, if babies put them in your mouth, that's a boon for this creature. That means it was wanted by a precious baby.
Once it sucked, but then what happened?
Then. It bothers me that this pacifier is attached to a random part of the show. I agree, actually.
It is a pitiable, misfigured, misshapen, deformed.
I hate to break it to you, but there's like sand inside. You can't really see it.
It's a deformed fence creature.
It is strange that
But it is, just because it is a deformed, hideous fence creature doesn't mean it's not deserving of verses.
All of us
Oh no, it is hideous, but that just makes it all the more cute. Don't you to sponsor this fence sitter for just $49.99 versus American dollars. Celebration for fish. Think about how great about yourself you will feel when you reverses this poor, disgusting, hideous creature, because you are so compassionate that it is only you and you alone who could find pity for this poor, hideous thing.
We got a question in the chat. How bad does it smell? Can I give it a sniff? Doesn't smell like anything. Just smells like pure love. Pure love that you could be giving it and it could be giving you. You know you want it. Maddie cannot corpse quite as well as... What does it mean to corpse?
Goat vs. Fish does not comprehend what it is that Ross Vander H is trying to communicate to
die?
Goat vs. Fish. Ross Vander H, are you goat or are you fish?
Stinky love. Not laugh.
Oh, what is this?
There's a lot of sentences.
Fish?
Was there nothing better in that garbage bag? This wasn't from the garbage. This was from a beautiful little... They were just on their own. Just in the street.
Dr. Chocolate has to go to bed. Celebration, Dr. Chocolate for raiding Goat vs. Fish. So here it says, this verse is, as you now perhaps comprehension, Dr. Chocolate ended their living stream. And as they ended, they sent their 19 viewers to watch Goat vs. Fish.
Whoa.
So celebration, any verses there's a radiation, great appreciation.
Wow.
That is why it is 1900 verse points for fish.
That is why I had to
because
do math.
When they radiation Goat vs. Fish, you can have a radiation of hundreds, thousands can radiation Goat vs.
That's crazy. You've had several radiations this stream.
Goat for Ross Vander H, goat.
Goat. Oh, fuck, damn it.
Goat vs. Fish. The verses of Goat vs. Fish really takes a goat and a fish. Now Goat vs. Fish can communication with the chat while Maddie Mutation is making it written that it's goat.
I'm making it written that it's goat.
And look how the verses fly. It's already 1012 in the verses.
It's already 1012. It's already 1012?
Because that's how it verses with
That's
Goat
beautiful.
vs. Fish when you get on the living stream of Goat vs. Fish.
You're so right. There's no windows in here, guys. I don't know what time it's been. I could have been in here for days for all I know.
We could of course go to here though.
Whoa!
We can go to this place. Go to this. Why don't you go in? Do you want to go in the verses?
I want to go in the verses.
Go in the verses. What?
Goodbye, chat.
See you next
Goodbye.
universe.
I'll see. I'm gonna go take a nap. Goodbye, Chad. Goodbye.
Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Now it's just you and Goat vs. Fish. Now it's just you and Goat vs. Fish. So, what do you think of the fish, Maddie Mutation? Are they worthy of Goat vs. Fish? Are they worthy of Goat vs. Fish? Goat vs. Fish knows if they are worthy of Goat vs. Fish, but we are curious to know what you have to say. What do you have to say now that they cannot hear or perceive anything that you are saying because they are in some other universe that must also be Goat vs. Fish because every universe is Goat vs. Fish.
I'm somewhere else now.
Somewhere else. That could be a place. And look at these goat. Look at these goat. Look at these goat. Let's move the goat for the sake of illustration. Ooh, moving goat. Moving goat.
I'm back.
You're on the versus. Smile, you're on the versus. Wow, where did you go? Whence did you be?
I went from back here. It's back in here. Wow, look at that.
Wow.
It's like back there. It's so fun in the closet. Wow, up close with Goat vs. Fish. What's it like to be Goat vs. Fish in this day and age?
It's very Goat versus Fish. We're getting a lot of respect for Goat versus Fish as a matter of verses.
Yeah.
As a matter of verses.
You mean from
Celebration.
the chat or in general in life? You feel like you're coming up in this life? Sorry.
Well, that is a whole other verses. So watch this. Watch this. Watch this verses.
Yeah.
So if we really want to do the verses like this.
Whoa.
Welcome
That's
to
weird.
Goat versus Fish.
This is weird. This is too behind the scenes.
It's just another place for it to be Goat versus Fish.
I feel like I knew I was here, but I didn't really know I was here until I saw it on screen, you know? This is just a table. This is just green screen tape, you know? It's good to be like real, you know? It's good to be real with you guys. This is just like a kazoo. I know you thought it was like a real saxophone, but it's not. It's actually a kazoo. This is the edge of this room, you know? And that's just a door. Just a door. Just a closet.
It's just Goat versus Fish. It's still Goat versus Fish. You can peel away as many layers as you wish, and it's still Goat versus Fish.
It's not the same. It's just not the same. I liked it more when their green screen had things in it. It doesn't feel good anymore. Got anything to say? Just takes green fabric to be. If it just takes green fabric to be Goat versus Fish, I don't know if I think Goat versus Fish is good anymore.
We've taught you everything you know. You're on your own now.
I can't take the.
If you ever need
realm.
Goat versus Fish, we'll be here for you.
He'll be sitting right behind a door. All right, guys, I guess this is my stream now, and I say Goat versus Fish. That's cool and all, but I'm gonna try and speak some false verses. And we'll see if he comes out of the closet when I say some nasty things that aren't true, according to his doctrine. But now that it's just me and you here, we can get real. We can say,
Oh, my bird! Oh, Goat versus Fish!
Do you need help? Music changed suddenly to being scary because of his fall in the closet. I was gonna say some negative things about Goat versus Fish and say some things like maybe like bear versus shark or something, or dinosaur versus like, you know, dog. But
Those are false verses, and I think that GoatVsFish would not appreciate that. So I think I'm gonna go help him in the closet. Ugh, nothing has worked. I don't know if I can get him out of the closet. I've tried everything I can.
We believe in you.
Oh my gosh, I think he believes in me. Oh. Okay, can you help me, chat? Can you tell me an idea? Maybe like something like open the door, or something like knock on the door, or he didn't give you enough time, do it now anyway? Dork the Explorer, yeah, I'm just a little girl, and I know how to do things. I'm an adult now. JK, I'm just a, ah! Whoa. Come out.
Oh, hello, goat.
Looks like the verses is gonna begin. Yet again, another verse for another day. Oh, I frightened him with my powerful goat. Oh my gosh. I don't know if he'll ever come out because my goat was just really good at fighting. Ugh. Yeah. Whoa. Take a look at this, chat. There's a little bit of a fish coming out of a door. Ah, it went back inside the door. Nasty fish doesn't know how to fight. Oh. Ah. Yeah, I got him. I think my goat's gonna win. Yet again, a win for the goat. Just so that wrestling was real? Whoa! Ugh. It's just too powerful. I'm afraid of the fish, even though Goat was very powerful in his fights. No!
Fish versus goat! Fish versus goat!
The goat has become weak. The goat has become weak. It thought it was so powerful because it won those 2 fights before or whatever.
Fish!
Please, please, fish. Can we become unification? I wish to find peace in this world rather than constant violence. Yeah. You come and approach me. Do you have something to say? Blub blub? Ugh, I didn't take fish in high school. I don't know how to speak your language. Oh my gosh. I think you're telling me something nice by the tone of your blubs. Blah blah? That's what I say. Are you trying to speak my language? Wow, you have beautiful eyes, fish. I can just look into them for. Wait, are you being coy? Fish is being coy. Wow, your blubs are so articulate. I actually understand you fully. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. What was I doing? Unification. Please. What do you? Ah! God, I kissed you without asking permission, and now you leave. The solution to the verses is not always romance. Sometimes it's just respect. Oh, when will the goat come back, or when will the fish come back? I'm the goat.
It's a fish. You have the goat.
I have the goat. I have the.
You are a fish, but you have the goat, and goat is a fish. Is a fish, and you have the goat, but you're a fish.
Thank you so much.
Clarification.
Clarification.
Point of clarification. What is this fence sitter doing in the first?
What do you mean? Oh, yeah,
Fence
that thing.
sitters.
Get that thing out of there.
Fence sitters. Goat versus fish.
This guy's gotta get out of here.
We're trying to have a beautiful versus of education here on Goat versus Fish.
Educational. Who made the goat? Wow, Mom made the goat.
Wow, Mom made the goat.
And this other fish.
Thanks, Goat versus Fish. Let's search these verses.
Search the verses. Music. Bing, bong, bing, bing, bong, bing, bong, bing, bing, bong, bing, bong, bing, bing, bong, bing, bong, bing, bing, man's medium, bing, bong, bing, bing, bong, bing, bing, bong, bing, bong. Yeah, just a gentle little song. Yeah. Just a gentle little song. Just a little fishy. A fish has been in my womb for such time. I've birthed this fish because I'm a fish mom. I'm a fishy mom. Aw. And I birthed this little fish. I'm a fishy mom. I birthed this fish. Wow, Mom. Have you ever birthed a fish? Have you ever birthed a goat? Have you ever lived a life where you had sex with a fish and then you birthed a fish? Have you ever birthed a fish? Have you ever birthed a goat? Have you ever birthed one of these precious beings before? I'm a fish and I love to birth fishes as a fish. I'm in the fires of birth. It's very difficult to birth a fish. I like to birth a fish. It has a portal in its belly. You can open it up and put your hand in, and then it'll birth other fish too.
You can. Goat versus Fish has done this before.
Wow.
You can put fish inside the fish.
Wow. Oh my gosh, it birthed a car.
Oh, my verses.
All right. That's the end of that song.
Oh. Okay, let's look and let's go into the verses. Let's find a new verses.
New verses.
A new celebration. Timmy 12 Polska Dot celebration. Time for more verses.
Time for more verses, guys.
There's verses.
Time for more fucking verses. What's in the
And
bag?
the verses in the honor of Maddie Mutate. Wait a verses. Did you bring a fish?
Did I bring a fish?
Did you bring a fish?
I don't think I did.
We thought that you brought a fish.
I think I brought something.
You had a fish. When we started the verses, you had a fish and a goat on the verses. What was the fish that you had
Fuck, you're
on
right,
the
I
verses?
did. I did bring a fish.
Let's see that fish.
Where is it, guys?
Where's the fish?
I don't know.
Where's your fish?
I've thrown everything around.
Find the fish.
Everything's discombobulated. You think I know where
Listen,
shit
it's
is?
fish time. It's time. Is the fish in the verses?
I'm looking.
In the verses?
I'm looking. Okay.
Billy goat.
It looks very realistic. It's a realistic fish.
What have you done? What have
It
you
was
done
somewhere.
with fish?
It was somewhere. Well, it's okay.
What have you done with fish? Goat versus. We want to see that fish.
I'm looking for the fish. It was definitely here. Everybody, look for the fish with us. Yeah, find the
Here,
fish.
fishy. Here, fishy fish.
Fishy.
Here, fish.
This is fun.
It's content.
This content with GoatVsFish.
Where's the fish?
They look for a fish. They just looked for
Does
a
your
fish
friend
for 30
stream too?
minutes.
Maddie Mutation, do you stream too?
I don't yet. Maybe I will. I was thinking this would be a good opportunity to figure out if I liked it. Okay, where's the
Where's that fish?
I do post stuff. Oh, it's in here.
Let's see that fish. Bring that fish. Bring the fish over to Goat versus Fish. Bring the fish over to Goat versus Fish.
We got a fish.
Because you have that fish, but Goat versus Fish has a fish. Just hold the fish. Just hold the fish. Show them the fish. Because
More
Goat versus
fancy
Fish has a
than-
fish to reveal to you from the bag of fish. From the
Is it the
bag of
same?
fish, Goat versus Fish has.
Whoa!
Fish! Twin fish! Twin fish! Some verses you give birth to twin fish.
Yeah, you're right. That's crazy.
Fish getting along with fish. Wow.
Wow. Classic. This fish is your fish is probably the same. It's a cat treat. It's a cat toy. It's got catnip in it, and it's got a horrible motor inside. You want to see inside a fish?
Wow, what is this?
Supposed
Is this
to
some
be-
kind of false fish?
Yeah, it's supposed to be motion detected. It's supposed
Perhaps
to do
it ran
that.
out of verses.
Yeah, it's supposed to do that.
Perhaps it ran out of verses.
My house's cat really liked it. Got really into the catnip in here. This is the intestines of a fish. Catnip. Cats love to attack.
John Smithy, Goat vs. Fish on YouTube. Welcome, John Smithy, to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome, John Smithy, to Goat vs. Fish. It's been a fine versus.
Yeah, your cat would freak out.
So this is another verception on Goat vs. Fish.
So many receptions.
Should have known. We ain't goat or fish, just cat people. No, it's goat and fish. It's goat and fish.
Well, cats can be goats or fish.
Cats can be goat or fish, but that's because they are goat or fish, and
It's
not
because they're
cats at
goats
all.
or fish. We're humans, but I'm not a human. I'm really a goat or a fish, you know? Yeah, good. Yeah, good. The table. The table's so messy. We gotta clean it up. We gotta make these goats and the fishes
Do a
have a
versus.
good
Set
time.
up the verses. Set up the verses however you wish. Beautify the verses.
I must beautify the verses.
Beautification. Now is a versus of beautification.
Now is a versus of beautification. Give me
Let's
a
watch
sec.
the Maddie Mutation beautification. They love to see the verses.
Yes.
Let's give a celebration to Maddie Mutation for the creation of the beautification.
Creation of the beautification.
Catfish. Ooh, look at the fish. Versus going up. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Ooh. That's a strange versus.
It is a strange versus. Bye, Polkadot. Bye. Thanks.
Goat and fish, guess what musication is playing on the verses now?
Bassmasters. Oh, sorry. I was supposed to let the chat guess. Can't spell bass without ass. Am I right, chat?
Beautiful verses, a very beautiful verses.
Yes, they are composed.
Very beautiful verses. Now Goat vs. Fish is going to provide you with some more goat and fish.
Goat and fish.
And you have to add them to the verses.
Love it.
First verses. This giant fish.
This giant, massive, catastrophic experience of a oh jeez, there's a big fish. Wow, ooh, you can see me in it because of the mirror. Wow, do you see that?
We'll see you next versus Stiffy Twirl celebration. Thank you for joining Goat vs. Fish.
Bye!
You can jump to wherever you wish. It will still be goat versus fish forever.
Forever goat, forever fish.
It will still be goat versus fish. It will still be goat versus fish.
Stonks hides among the fish.
Stonks is hiding among the fish.
Yes.
So that's that fish. Now how about... How about then for the next verse is...
Oh no. Big.
Skeletal goat.
Skeletal goat, big goat. Oh my gosh.
I can't find where I gotta go. Where should I go?
It's a big versus.
How do I find where I belong in this big? Everyone's already got a place.
Slapstick 85 goat, celebration for goat. Oh, my verses. Oh, my verses. Goat on goat. Let's reach into the verses once again and see if we can find a new goat or fish. Because we know you have just been waiting with great anticipation to see all the goat and fish of goat versus fish. So let's see if we can find another goat in the verses.
Goat.
It's a goat!
Fish.
It's Gravity Falls goat!
Ooh, Gravity Falls goat. I'm falling. Gravity made me fall. What's this goat's... Where is its mouth? Is that its mouth? It's got interesting horns. I'm observing this goat very specifically. Goat versus fish. Bah. 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 Okay. Goat has to find a home. No, not there. No, not there. Don't go there. Yeah, that's where you belong. No.
Bah.
No. Yeah, you know you gotta go to goats. Unless you declare yourself a fish. Ooh, nice. Yes. Wow, that's a goat. Damn.
It's another Wow Mom goat, a very
It's
early
another Wow Mom
goat.
goat. Wow Mom is so nice.
I'm a little goat and I'm here to stay. I'm a goat today. Yeah, I'm a goat tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm a goat.
Forever. I've never been a fish, not once. Let me be a goat.
Live goat has grown out of the horn of dead goat, and that's just the news, folks, okay? That's just what the stonks are all about, and Stonk Master 5000. It's your chance.
Turn it off! Turn it up! Turn it up! Turn it off!
The stonks say to keep it on because it's very popular and it'll get us a lot of money.
They run me ragged in that contract.
I bet they did, and it got us a lot of money for you to
I
take
was a baby when I started. I was a child actor. By the time I it came into full consciousness as an adult shark. I didn't even know what was real and what was on the camera.
Yeah. Hollywood's hard, baby.
They were just blowing smoke up my fins, but then they cut me loose, and they said I was too old. But sharks can live hundreds of years.
Yeah, you should just make an adult shark show, you know?
Adult shark, I've been infantilized for so long that I just don't know if I have it in me to like tear off the legs of someone, even if it's just a prop. I'm actually kind of squeamish.
You're typecast as a baby, and no one's gonna believe it either. And
No, and it's like it's kind of like actually. It's kind of like Baby Herman from that Who Framed Roger Rabbit movie, but except I'm a shark, so I'm part of Goat vs. Fish. It's kind of like that.
I'm really sorry you have to deal with that.
Yeah, well, sorry isn't gonna cut it. Sorry didn't cut it for me.
Sorry doesn't pay the bills. I understand.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're
I didn't
sorry.
mean to snap at you.
Well, I'm your stonks broker.
Life is shit.
I'm the stonks, and so I have to deal with the money.
You? Oh, actually, you don't. You look kind of. You actually look kind of manageable. You actually look kind of manageable.
Uh-oh, wait, what do you mean manageable?
Yeah, I think I could start a whole new career.
No, wait, stop. Ah! You don't need to do that. I'm really important in your financial hemisphere to understand. It takes a lot of...
You had your chance, but you ruined the world. You sold the world for a nickel, and now everything's dead, and now
You've taught me the truth. Capitalism is bad.
Stonks annihilated.
Here's what I think about your corporate profits.
My graphs, please, my graphs.
I'm getting my revenge. I'm getting my sweet revenge.
Shit.
Anyway, can you find a place for me to be in the verses, please?
Oh, you need a place to be?
I need to
Okay.
shut this. I haven't been around for a while.
Put your way up here. There you go. Okay, we found a place for you. It's an Adult Swim type content. Children's television, but for adults. How's that? How's that work for you?
Oh, that wasn't me in the Jaws movie, Cryptid 51. I mean, I really look up to Jaws. Jaws really set the standard for sharks in movies, but I don't know. I can't try and beat Jaws. I've really got to be my own shark, I really got to be my own shark, otherwise I'm never gonna.
Cryptid 51, you got it, yeah. Okay, well, are there any other creatures you need to add to this beautiful, like, Renaissance painting of, war? It feels like a wartime painting, actually. Oh! I hear something spicy sound. It's so loud. My ears are bursting. Oh, truly horrifying. I don't see you. I can just hear you, but I can't see. Where is that coming from? Oh. Look, we can accept you as part of the verses, but we don't know which side to put you on because you're literally, I don't know, something invisible, but also like sound very pig-like. It's not very fish or goat, so I think I'm gonna just have to put you in the middle, right on top of the verses. That's what I think is best.
I don't know if that was the right choice. Chad, do you think that's the right choice to put the pig in the verses? Oh my god. Whoa, I hear Mutations? Are Mutations about to perspire?
Goat versus fish.
Goat.
Goat versus fish.
Goat versus fish.
Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish is wherever you are.
Wherever you are.
Whether you're near or you're far. Goat versus fish.
Goat versus fish.
Goat versus fish is wherever you are.
Wherever you
Where have you come from? Where shall you go? What have you seen? To whom will you show? How can we learn and how can we grow? Does anyone even know? No. Does anyone even know that it's fish versus goat? Maddie, Mutation, we think it's about time for this verses to come to an end.
Closing verses.
Closing verses.
Closing verses.
But we think we should sing together in celebration with Goat versus Fish.
Let's sing together.
Join Goat versus Fish. Join Goat versus Fish. Join Goat versus Fish. Join Goat versus Fish.
Join.
All together with Goat versus Fish. Sing along in the chat, Goat and Fish. What artworks? We'll show you at the end of the verses, but now sing along with Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish.
Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish.
Celebration to Gamut, who follows Goat versus Fish. Celebration Gamut. Hello, I am from Politics and Philosophy. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. Some say Goat versus Fish is a politics. Some say it's Goat versus Fish versus Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish versus Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish versus Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish. And W. Josh Beck says, Twitch, I think you bet too much. Oh, but you've been living life with a crutch. Oh, your mind needs to expand. You have no feet, you have no hands.
No
You only have gill and hoof. This is Goat versus Fish. Are you goat or a fish? Are you goat or a fish? Are you goat or a fish? Think as long as you wish, but don't sit on the fence.
Don't sit on the fence, not for long.
You may be using Neuralink, but contrary to popular verses, it won't help you think. Neuralink will just be another way that we can imprint upon your mind that it's Goat versus Fish for as long as you wish, and it's live on the stage and it's all of the rage. I have Neuralink. Would you like to buy this fish for $5.99? We found that it matches your profile. Goats in your neighborhood, horny goats, and they're looking to versus with you.
Goats! All goats
I'm
have
trying to
horns.
sleep, I'm trying to dream, but this Neuralink keeps showing me Goat versus Fish. I can't get out of Goat versus Fish for as long as you wish, and it's live on the screen, and whatever you mean, and it's all of the rage, and it was just seen on HET, and also Kill Tony and Footfest 2022, and Willie Town Fest, and Debating Vermin Supreme. Listen, you may believe in elongated muskrat if you wish, but we assure you that elongated muskrat has never answered goat versus fish. The one true question, are you goat or are you fish? We are not impressed by your psycho fancy. We are not impressed by your psycho fancy. Unless, of course, you fancy the psycho goat versus fish. 2054 versus the goat. I wanna say it on fences. Something with you, not fish or a goat. I wanna say it on fences.
Yeah! Woo!
Yeah!
You see, goat versus fish knew they were going to be a fence sitter.
You knew it! Choose a side, don't be on the fence. Choose a
More
side,
important than
don't
the
be on
particular decision is that it happened in a timely fashion.
You know, the fence wasn't too good. The one that they had up there was falling apart.
The fence sitter sits on the fence. Think that they can out versus goat versus fish. Now call yourself a clown or call yourself a troll, but goat versus fish is a versus of old. It's all been told. You've already been thrice bought and sold. Buy goat versus fish for as long as you wish, and it's live on the stage and it's all of the rage. Oh, your mother was a gish? What, are you some sort of mama's fence? Like, oh, I can't choose goat or fish for myself unless my mommy tells me if I'm a goat or I'm a fish. Celebration for fish! Celebration for fish! 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 W.W. Joshua Beckett, the mighty fish! Celebration for fish! Celebration for fish! 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 Fish!
I want a fish. What type of fish is this?
If you cast a net like that, you're gonna catch some fucking fish, okay?
Whoa.
And Gamut is goat. It's like we have goat versus fish. They came in together with goat versus fish.
They came in together.
Fish kisses. Fish kisses for you. And this is Maddie Mutations, who is joining goat versus fish. Who's joining goat versus fish. So you should follow Goat vs. Fish on all social media at Goat vs. Fish.
GVF.
But you should also follow Maddie Mutations. There's Maddie Mutations, and there's Goat vs. Fish. Follow Goat vs. Fish. It's a beautiful versus.
Think about goats and think about fishes and choose one. And Maddie Mutations, and you may think that means I mutate between the two, but I don't. I just am fish. If I wanted to be, I could be goat, though.
Woke up its verses, and I was just a fish. Oh, woke up this verses. Can I go down to love a fish?
Can I go love a fish?
Oh, a forbidden verses.
Forbidden verses.
If goat and fish could kiss. Oh, if goat and fish could kiss, silly kiss. I love you, said the goat, but I don't like to touch.
I don't like to touch.
I said, I love you, fish.
I love you, fish.
But I don't like to touch.
I don't like to touch.
Oh, yeah, some other goats like it just fine, but for me, it's just too much.
It's
However, I'm also a lush. Oh, my verses, it's a drunken, not liking to be touched goat. How do the fish ever verses? How the fish ever verses?
How do I versus you if I cannot touch?
Oh, are you goat or fish? Are you goat or are you fish?
Are you goat?
I mean, a fish could obviously never take a goat in battle, says Hamlet.
Wow, we got some facts up in the chat right here. Apparently, male goats pee in their own mouths to be attracted to female goats.
Is that true? Yeah, it's true. Sorry. Does it make me attractive? I guess.
Celebration for this last final verses of Goat versus Fish. And appreciation. So when you get to the final verses of Goat versus Fish, you say this is the final verses of Goat versus Fish, but then more come to join Goat versus Fish, and then the verses just continues for another million verses.
Of course.
Goat vs. Fish will remind you all that Goat vs. Fish has a musication coming out.
Musication.
October 1st. And Goat vs. Fish has a show tomorrow in Los Angeles. If you want to know more about the show in Los Angeles, send a message to Goat vs. Fish.
Send a message.
This is Maddie Mutation. Let's sing that verses. Let's sing that final verses.
Let's sing.
Goat vs. Fish. Goat versus 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 fish. Celebration for Goat vs. Fish.
Where is Lost Angel Knees? Where is Lost
It's where the land
Angel
meets the
Knees?
seas. And if we look at the verses, we see that there are 3 verses for fish. There are 3 fish, you see?
3
fish, and there's also 4 other fish, but there's 3 big fish, and there's 3 big goat. But then there's 4 little fish and 3 little goat. And fish also has more verse points than goat. So we're going to give this verses to fish. The fish do triumph.
Yeah!
The fish do triumph. The fish do triumph over the goat. The fish do triumph. The fish do triumph over the goat.
That's the song.
The song of triumph of fish.
That's the song.
So in these final verses, why don't we show them just one last verses, the art that you have made creation.
Let's take a look at the art, folks. We made some art here today, and boy, was it fun. Boy, was it fun, and we have it right here. All right, you want to see the art over here? Well, genuine, look at this. This looks like you can't really tell what it is because the green screen's on, but there's a bunch of little fish, and it's kind of green because it's the ocean, and there's green feeling to the ocean. We got a goat just hanging out in a wiggly verse. And then we got a bunch of fish drinking, taking their little drink on, getting their little booze on. It symbolized us also getting a little tipsy and drunk. And then we got the aura of Goat vs. Fish. He stood in front of it, and it resembled him greatly. That's what he looks like. If you blur your eyes and just think about vibes, that's what he looks like. And then this is my favorite. We got a goat and a fish. You know, it's interpretable. Are they sitting on the fence? Are they versing each other on one side of the fence? You can say. These are all available.
20 verses, yes.
$20.
Are you looking to make a verses? Are you looking to make a verses?
Are you looking to make those verses over here?
an exclamation tip of 20 verse American dollars, and we will send one to you. Well, no, now is not the verses. Now is not the verses for sitting on the fence. Now is not the verses for sitting on the fence. Now, if you wish to make the donation, now is the verses. Now is the verses.
Now is the verses.
Now is the verses.
Listen, folks, now is the verses.
Mudmore, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Mudmore, are you goat or fish? We are pleased that you have been here. Wait, just one verses. Ooh, Commodore Friday might be doing a verses.
Oh, we might be doing a verses.
We might be getting a verses here on Goat vs. Fish.
Which one were you talking about? Are you talking about the fence one?
Well, once they purchase a verses, then it can be whatever they wish.
It can be whatever they want.
Fence.
Take a look at this genuine fence over here. Oh.
Look at that verses. Fence. Commodore Friday, 20 verse American dollars for this verses. 20 verse American dollars for this verses. We're waiting. We're going to wait just the verses. We're going to wait just the verses. We're going to wait just the verses. Anticipation for donation. Please wait, having trouble for the Goat versus Fish. That's okay, Commodore Friday. We're going to patiently await.
You're in the middle of them.
Going to patiently await the verses. Mudmore says, however, goat and fish appear to be on the same side of the fence. Well, there are many ways that you can versus with goat versus fish. Some verses goat and fish are on opposite sides of the fence. Some verses they're on the same side. Some verses they're on the same side but on the other same side. Like this. Like this. It goes like this. It goes a little verses like this.
Blah, blah, blah. It's fun to have them be like, this isn't how fishes are. It's straight up and down. They're not in the water.
Well, it could be fish.
It could be. It's them emerging from the ocean, maybe, suddenly, and the goat sees them from the shore.
Celebration! Celebration!
This one is owned by you! I'll sign it. Wow! Take a look at that.
Take a look at that. You can't see all these words or anything. Color it up however you like. I'll give a little more to the little colors.
Commodore Friday contribution $20 to Goat vs Fish. Celebration. I'll take that goat and fish behind the fence. Color it up however you like. The Illuminati.
Celebration. That's a versus. Well, you are now the proud owner of a piece of art that was created right here by Maddie Mutations on Goat vs. Fish. Right here by Goat vs. Fish. Right here by Goat vs. Fish with Maddie Mutations.
Maddie, it's
and of course, if you like this art of Maddie Mutations, just know it was inspired by Goat vs. Fish. Oh, thank Goat vs. Fish. And we will make sure we know where to send it. Where to send it! Celebration! Celebration. Goat vs. Fish. We're going to ensure that we know just where to send it onto you.
Yay!
Celebration. Where's the verses? Where's the verses? Ah. So we have here to you. Let us ask you this verses. Let us ask you this verses. We will, of course, never reveal unto them the full verses, but...
No!
1998. 1998. Is this still the true verses? 1998. Is that where we should send it to?
Still the true
Shall we send it to
verses.
1998?
Is it? Is it?
Celebration!
Celebration.
So we'll put it in this verses. Reward Goat vs. Fish. The rewards of Goat vs. Fish. Do that versus Fence Maddie art. Mighty verses. Nice verses.
Nice
Mutations.
verses,
Nice
indeed.
Verses. Nice verses. That's how we do it on Goat vs.
That's
Fish.
how we do it.
So we will send that out to you. We will send that out to you. We're going to package it. We're going to package it right this very verses. Once this stream has ended, we are just going to package it right this very verses.
Love that.
So we know that we are preparation to send it unto you.
Preparation.
Preparation. Would you like it signed by Goat vs. Fish? It has been signed by Maddie Mutation. Would you like it to be signed by Goat vs.
I
Fish?
accidentally put your name already.
It was written.
Sorry.
And it was written that it was Goat vs. Fish.
I'm sorry.
It was already written that it was Goat vs. Fish. Why should Goat vs. Fish have to make it written every versus when we have collaborations like Maddie Mutations who can make it written on Goat vs. Fish celebration? But to ensure that it is versus by Goat vs. Fish.
Yeah, yeah. You should do something.
Goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. It has been imbued with the power of goat versus fish.
Yes.
It has been imbued with the power of goat versus fish.
Imbued.
Imbued with goat versus fish. And in case you couldn't see it because it was being blocked by goat, you hear goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish, goat versus fish. It has been imbued by the power of goat versus fish.
Imbuing.
Celebration 20 versus American dollars for this fine art of goat versus fish. But there are these other arts of goat versus fish. There are these other arts of goat versus fish. There are these other arts of goat versus fish that are still available for verses. Still available for verses.
Available for verses.
Available for verses. Available for verses. And this verse is, we think that you can't quite see. So we're going to turn off the screen green for just to show you the power of this amazing celebration. Just like this. It looks just like this. Ooh, fish. Ooh, look at the fish.
Wow, look at the fish.
Beautiful verses. Commodore Friday celebration.
Celebration.
Commodore Friday celebration.
Celebration for Commodore.
So we think that that's the verses of goat versus fish.
That's the
Now we're
verses.
going to conduct a radiation.
Now we're conducting a radiation.
Yes, now we will do a
Ooh,
radiation.
Who
of
do we
someone-
radiation to?
Well, let's find out. Some verses, when you are conducting a radiation, someone radiations you before you radiation them.
Yeah, and then you're like, uh-oh.
Oh, now we're just the goat versus fish show continues on goat versus fish.
Continuing goat versus fish is never a problem.
Exclamation MM, there's Maddie Mutations. Go and follow Maddie Mutations on social media. And follow Goat vs. Fish. And click the link to pre-save the hit Musication coming out on Goat vs. Fish. But now that we have 20 more versus American dollars, we're going to preview. We're going to preview 12 seconds of the upcoming single of Goat vs. Fish because of your contribution. 12 seconds. Here reverses. Do you be goat? 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 Do you be fish? Do you be fish? Do you be fish? Do you be? That's the verses. That's the preview of Goat vs. Fish.
Yeah! Woo!
If you wish more preview of Goat vs. Fish, exclamation tip. The more donation we receive, the more preview you get of Goat vs. Fish. Or you can just wait. Or you can just wait until October 1st and then it will be available for purchase on Apple Music for $99 Goat vs. Fish. And then, of course, you or on Spotify for whatever the verse is. Celebration, celebration, studio recording Goat vs. Fish. Big verses, big verses.
Big verses.
Big verses, verses,
Big
verses.
verses.
But now the verses has come.
The verses has
to
come.
find a radiation. Maddie Mutation, do you have any final verses?
Wow! My final verses are, thank you for Goat vs. Fishing with us. I enjoy Goat vs. Fish as a concept, as a reality I can be part of, and it makes me ponder. Ever since I met Goat versus Goat versus Fish, what does it mean?
Let's ruminate together. I want to think about it. I've asked a lot of questions and he's answered them and it's great. But he doesn't fully answer them. He goes, what do you think? Maybe not. And then I go, is it all about war or religion? I don't know. Anyway, thanks so much for being here. I'll be on another one in the future. Hope you enjoyed me being over here saying hi.
Celebration! Celebration.
Hi.
So now, we can go and we can...
Who do we give all these people to?
No, let's find out.
Who do we say, hey, go over here now? Ponder.
Let's see who's live on Twitch.
Who's a vampire? Who's a vampire? Who's a vampire? Who's a vampire?
Oh no.
Who's a vampire? Who's a
Oh
vampire?
no!
Who's a vampire?
No!
No!
I need to know.
Blah, blah.
It's being fancy now.
Bad sense.
Some verses, the fence, the fence. It stops showing up, so we don't know where the fence we are.
Where the fence are we? Wait for goat.
Who's a vampire? Who's a vampire?
We don't know how we can...
Technology. Technology sucks
Space
sometimes.
the verses.
Technology's kind of wacky, family. Do you know that?
Fences to do this to go versus fish.
Everyone knows that technology's wacky over here.
There's the verses.
We got a doobie beard on by Travcam. What does that mean, doobie beard? We're like technology, right? Yeah, technology, am I right, family? Everyone over here knows technology's whack. Like, we're just trying to, like, there's like 2 cameras, and they're all rolling, folks. And they're all rolling.
Goat versus fish. Let's see who's live in the verses.
Who's live in this verse?
There are so many that could be rated by goat versus fish.
Who do you want to give a little prezi to? A little present, you know? Thanks, Slapstick. This verse has been radical over here. We've been radicaling it up.
Well, Nephew Quinn rated Goat versus Fish a few verses ago, so let's return the verses.
Return that verses.
Oh, but Squid Deer also rated Goat versus Fish.
How do you choose, you know? How do you choose? How do you choose one friend? How do you choose goat or fish, you know?
So they're watching.
When it comes time to send a criminal through,
They're watching some. But they rated Goat versus Fish a few verses ago, so we're going to give Squid Deer the verses. So now we check to look at the verses, you see. And we can see that we currently have 21 viewers.
We got 21 fools looking at our faces. They're all going, hey, what how you doing?
To Radiation Squid Deer. Slapstick 85, awesome versus appreciation for joining Goat versus Fish. Glorious versus.
Glorious.
This has been another collaboration. Goat versus Fish is attempting to bring you more collaborations of Goat versus Fish. The radiation message is, are you goat or fish?
The music.
What music is this? Where can I find this? Ah, yes, of course. So this is telling us how long we have before the radiation will just go.
I see.
But you can cancellation. But while we are here, yes, we are going to share this album with you.
It's my music. It's called, it's an album called Everything is Halloween album because everything is scary. A long title that I forget sometimes.
The link is in the verses. The link is in the verses.
Clicky that linky. Listen with your ear holes.
So
it was a Halloween album.
The radiation message is, are you goat or fish? And we'll see you on the next verses of
Goat versus Fish!
And it was written, and it was written.
It was written.
So now the radiation has been conducted. And now we can see. It says in this versus Goat versus Fish is rating with 23.
Play with it! No, play the other one.
However, the stream is not truly ended until you do this versus.
The stopping of the stream. Yeah. Are you a goat or are you a